what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Holiday air travel tops pre-pandemic levels for the first time, while the drama in the skies stays the same. Would you move your seat for a family to sit together or say, no way? Crazy videos you gotta see, like this epic tantrum at the U.S. Open, and a grown man stealing a ball from a little girl at a baseball game. TikTok hacks that make you want to say, from washing your toilet seat in the dishwasher to silencing your microwave with the press of one button. Shut up! And Tom Cruise performs a death-defying airplane stunt for his new Mission Impossible movie.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane? This is a sham.
No.
Nope.
Just stop.
Finally here, drum roll.
Oh my gosh, we're already arguing up here. Yes, we are.
Par for the course.
Par for the course, Erica says. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so holiday air travel is back, and for the first time since the beginning of the pandemic, more passengers traveled through airports this past weekend than Labor Day weekend in 2019. But here's what we really have to talk about. A man on Reddit has gone viral, and it sparked a very interesting debate. He was traveling alone, paid an extra amount, a premium fee for a premium seat in the front of the plane on a 10-hour flight from Greece. He was approached by a family of 4 who asked if he could swap seats so that family could all sit together. Well, he refused to switch since he paid more for his seat. He said the mom then made a scene when he refused, even called him a bad name, according to him. But here's the question. Should he have swapped seats with the family? Jeff, you always have a big opinion when it comes to travel.
Let's get right into it, shall we? No, he should not switch seats, okay? I have a family, and this is a 10-hour flight that you paid extra for to have premium service. I have a family. I would do anything to sit next to my family, especially on a 10-hour flight. You have to prepare for that as a family. You go to the ticket agent, there are no more seats, there is nothing else we could do. You hit the ATM and you say, listen, here's some cash. I got to sit with my kids. I'm going to give you this money, right, for whatever the premium is. If you'd please switch with me. One, if he's in the aisle seat and you give him middle, that can't happen. You can't switch an aisle for a middle. Two, if you give him cash, it lightens the mood. And I hate the word refused. The mother got mad at this man for saying, hey, it's a 10-hour flight and I paid extra. No, the mother's in the wrong here.
But if, now let me follow up
No,
quickly.
final answer.
If right then and there they said to you, here, what's your Venmo? We'll Venmo you the difference. Would you have switched, or you'd rather still be in the front of the plane?
So same scenario, they're giving me cash?
Yeah, Venmo cash. Yeah, would you
Yeah, I just said that, yeah.
No, you gave me a scenario, but you didn't actually say if you would do it.
Yes,
if
I was by myself and there was a family and they go, here's $500, I would switch.
You would switch.
Yeah.
You go to the back of the plane.
Yeah,
Erica,
sure.
Would you?
This is a shocker. I agree with Jeff. I agree with Jeff. Like, let's write down the date. Here's the thing. This just happened to me.
We always agree.
Well, yeah, I would say.
We can't agree on that.
Yeah,
okay.
we don't agree on that. This just happened to me a couple months ago. So I had to buy a last-minute ticket because I didn't know that I was going to be able to join my family on this vacation. I had to pay premium, like way more than what my family had to pay in order to take this trip. I get on the flight, there's a couple, the guy is sitting in my seat. And he goes, oh, I want to sit next to my wife, so why don't you just take my seat?
Ew.
Now, his seat was also a seat that didn't have another seat in front of it, and I don't particularly like to fly with another seat in front of me. It's just one of my quirks, right? So I purposely didn't get that seat when I knew that this seat was available, which also meant that he got upgraded in order to get that seat, and I had paid double what he paid. And at that point, I'm standing there like, well, you're not really giving me any option here because you're already like having lunch on the plane next to your wife in my seat.
Ew.
And he just like, I was so hot the whole time, but I just took the seat because I'm like, well, I don't want to.
You took his seat.
I did take the seat because I didn't want to sit next to his wife who was going to have an attitude with me the whole time.
But still.
But it's wrong. Like, if you pay for a seat, then that's your seat. I would at any time time give up my seat for a family if it wasn't the difference between the idea that I've just paid a premium, or someone from the airline should have gotten involved and been like, hey, they prioritize families. We're going to give you this stipend in order for you to sit in this seat.
What if it was a shorter flight? Would you consider
to
it?
me, it's the 10 hours in Greece. No way! Again, mark the date. I'm with Erica and Jeff on this one.
I'm with all three of
I'm
you
with
as
all of us
well.
because at some point it's a transaction. I pay for this, you get that. You give me money. Now we have a business transaction. Totally different
If
story.
all things being equal, you guys were like literally in the same section that you paid for without the quirk that Erica Cobb is talking about, it would be a no-brainer.
But would you give up an aisle seat or a window seat for a middle seat?
No, I would not.
No.
Yeah.
I know
Here's the other thing we're not talking about is the fact that it's an international flight. So if he's sitting in the first aisle or first row, that means he's first to customs.
Exactly.
As opposed to 20 rows back. What if he had a connection?
Right, yeah.
500 will do the trick.
I don't know.
Give me 500. You could.
What if it was $1,500 to sit to the front of the plane?
I don't know, 500 cash. 500 cash in people's face will do a lot. That's all I'm saying.
Wave it in their face.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, speaking of cash, speaking of air travel as well, check out what happened to passengers on a recent flight to Vegas. So a man handed out $100 bills to
See what I'm saying?
everyone. Listen to everyone cheering. Do you hear them cheering? So what would you do with the extra cash? So you land in Vegas, do you gamble it? Do you say, nope, I'm going to go ahead and pay my AT&T phone bill? What you going to do?
No, I put that 100 on black at the roulette table.
Yes, Erica. What about you?
See, I would be like, hey, who wants to do this? And I get on the microphone and be like, we're going to get 4 winners because I don't want 100. I want to double down. So if there's 200 people, each winner gets $5,000, and you just pick random seat numbers. That's how I want to throw down.
You would?
I don't want the 100. I want 5,000.
So you would take what?
Yeah. Did you see my philosophy there?
Yeah, I love it.
What if nobody wanted to give up their $100 for Jeff's high stakes gambling?
That's the caveat.
I would. What would you do with the money?
I would honestly feel it was divine intervention. I was on that plane, and it's divine intervention to gamble it, but I am a slot girl.
Me too.
So I would get it in pennies and spend an afternoon or an evening. Yes.
You don't actually need to put pennies in the slot, child.
Okay.
You could just put the whole $100 bill in.
Oh, right. Right.
You were going to cash in for a bag of pennies?
Oh, my God, that's...
Wow.
I'm new to Vegas.
So which slot machine do you play? Because I'm
Wheel of Fortune only.
1,000% committed to Wheel of Fortune. In fact, I recently went to Black Hawk. It's kind of like our Vegas here in Colorado.
Sure is.
There's one Wheel of Fortune machine that's quarters. They have some penny ones. I don't do the penny ones. Sorry, no offense, Tori.
No worries.
But I waited for that quarter machine, no joke, for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I perused, I staked. As soon as that lady got up, I slid right in.
You're a lurker.
Yeah.
Of course I'm a lurker. There's one machine.
Also, she's
I get
priming
pissed.
that machine.
Like when I'm out of money and the lurker comes in. Oh, I can't?
I don't think so.
Oh, I get
Ticked.
Well, I already said it. I get angry. Well, listen, if you know me, there is no happy on the show. I'm always mad about something. But when someone comes in and I'm out of money, I'll look. And if they win, I hate you.
It's your machine.
Yeah. And I don't know why I waste my time looking, but I'll stick around for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll stick around to see as well. Coming up on DBL, a major tantrum. Is it Jeff at the U.S. Open? Is this kind of behavior ever acceptable from an athlete? And a new law in California is aiming to raise the minimum wage for fast food workers. We'll tell you how much they could be making soon.
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
We're talking about why we like the Wheel of Fortune slot machine. Fortune!
If I put $100 in and I don't get a spin,
no, it's over.
it's like I want to leave Vegas. But if I get like 2 or 3 spins, I'm like,
Even
no,
if
it's so
I make
worth
20
it.
bucks. Even if I make only 20 bucks.
It's so good.
I love dopamine of the sound of the bright lights. I'm like, there's a ring, a circle. Yes.
Oh, and then you got to hit it.
All of the money you could possibly win
It's the best.
just by spinning the
best.
wheel.
Psychological.
It is.
You get to touch
It
the
is.
button.
There's not enough at Black
Are you
Hawk.
saying
There's
button?
one.
They need more.
One Wheel of Fortune machine.
Where did you listen to?
Monarch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's other ones where there's like more,
I need
but
to
a lot
find
of
out.
them are penny ones.
So are the ones, they have 1 quarter. I like the bigger stakes. If they had the dollar one, I'd play the dollar.
I did.
Oh, go ahead.
When my husband and I were in Vegas like last year, and I had won like $100 on craps. We play craps a lot. So I'm like, I'm gonna take this $200 and I'm gonna put it in this high roller. I never do high roller slots. I hit it the 4th time,
Where?
and I
Which
won
one?
$1,000
Where?
at Caesars.
Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, it was what was
Did it ding, 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 and then you got to do the spin?
It was no. It must have been 2. I did 2 spins or 2 things, and I won $1,000.
must have felt so good.
Yeah, and it was something
It's
where
a
it's
high.
like, put your
Do you know
money
there
in.
used to be?
Promise me you'll try Willy
There used to
Wonka next
be
time you're in Vegas.
an-
Okay, I used to be a Wheel of Fortune only. Willy Wonka, there's way more spins. Oh, there's way more. There's like 10 circles.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-host, September 12th and 13th on DBL. Still talking about Vegas over here. Welcome back. Here's a very sobering thought for you. A new study says that for 1/3 of Americans working a full-time job year-round, it is not enough to cover necessities like rent, groceries, and other basic expenses. So now, California has signed a new law aimed at making life easier for fast food workers. The bill would cap minimum wage for these workers at $22 an hour, which works out to be around $43,000 a year. So would you be willing to pay more for your Happy Meal, per se, if you knew the worker was getting paid a living wage? You're shaking your head, Jeff.
Absolutely. They don't make enough, right? And it's supposed to be a lesson for like younger kids, but people make this is their careers, right? And we have to look at it like that. I don't know how minimum wage goes up for everything else. Like if you look at a curve of inflation, it goes like that. Why isn't everything like that? All jobs across the board, not just food workers, are like this since the 80s. But inflation is whatever letter that is.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And may I add, we could raise it 20%, so a $5 burger is a $7 burger. Perhaps the millionaire CEO at the top could take maybe one bonus off and perhaps give it to the people that scrub the floors. That might be a thing. I also just want to say, low-income families working full-time, to make up the difference from where the cost of benefits are, they would need an additional, and this shocked me, $23,500.
Wow.
So the difference isn't a little bit of money. It's an enormous amount for things like health care and just basic needs. So I just wanted to make that
So they're
clear.
getting further and further in debt every year.
Super further, yeah.
Erica, would you pay more?
I would absolutely pay more, but the truth is, we think that people who work certain jobs as a society don't deserve to make
1,000%.
enough money to live.
Yes.
And on top of it, people have the audacity to go in and abuse them on top of that, which is the reason why when you go into like a lot of fast food restaurants now, or you're in a drive-through, or any job that isn't paying like at least the poverty line, you're waiting forever because all of a sudden there have been other opportunities for people to make money. So they don't want to work at these places because people are out there abusing them.
The dignity's not there.
Something has to give. And if that means that they are making more, which they need to make more anyway, then we are going to be responsible for that in some way or another.
Well said. Well, speaking of expensive things, how much do you think it costs for a family of 4 to visit Universal Studios theme park in Florida? Check out this viral video. A mom from Britain posted a TikTok showing all the costs her family racked up for their visit, including parking, drinks, lunch, ice cream, and a coffee. It looks like they all had a great time, of course, but guess how much it cost them? The total for the day, $1,100. The tickets and the fast passes were by far the most expensive items. Before we discuss, Tori, compare it to, I know you have some details on comparing it to other popular theme parks.
Totally. And again, this isn't with hotels or anything. This is just a day at the park with rides, okay? Universal Studios for a family of 4, about $1,113.
We just did that.
Cool. Disney World. I was like, did we just do that? Disney World, about $817.
Whoa, Disney World's cheaper?
Cheaper. Six Flags in Los Angeles, about $918.
No, not if you go pick up the Coke can at the Albertsons next door. You get $15 off. Okay. Back when I used to ride.
Well, so problem solved.
$950
ticket. $15 off per ticket. That adds up. Go ahead.
Well, just
I don't know how I was going to follow that.
I was just going to say, and just so you guys know, this is not just like this is also art museums and science museums and things that kids are supposed to be able to see. In New York, it's a whole class system, can't get in. In DC, every Smithsonian museum is free. And I'm so proud of that because in New York, you want to show a kid art, they can't. It's for a family of four. That's a whole day.
It's not only that. Those are the big ones that people save up for, and I don't know how you afford that on an average income, right? If we just went to like a little theme park, not a theme park, a little carnival, a pop-up carnival. We weren't halfway through the carnival, and I was down $100.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you want to throw a thing and pick up a duck? $20. I'm like, he's picking up a duck for a flute. And they're like, well, you got to pay separate for the kids. So it's $40 for a plastic flute.
Ridiculous.
And the kids are like, yeah. I'm like, I wanted to strangle this guy. He robbed me.
Yeah, it's true. Every time we play those, like carnival games. Yeah, it's true. They'll be like, here's $20, here's a bucket of balls, and then you win a prize that's easily 10 cents. Like the prize is 10 cents.
Yeah, and you can't ever win. You're not getting that ball in wherever.
They make them too small sometimes, I feel.
Yeah.
I do feel that way. Sorry.
All right. Coming up on DBL, a grown adult is caught on camera stealing a baseball from a little girl. What? Would you do anything if you saw this happen in front of you?
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verified viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. We don't usually talk about sports on our show, but there are a couple of viral videos that we have to discuss. Check out this video. Last night, an Australian tennis player took out his frustration after losing his U.S. Open quarterfinal match by destroying not one, but two of his tennis rackets. Take a look at the damage after his meltdown. Wow. What do you think about his outburst, Jeff? And should there be a punishment for that?
Yeah, there should, because little kids are looking up to this guy, and this guy's an up-and-coming tennis player. Like, his name's on the map, and this is kind of his MO. He kind of gets angry and gets mad about people on airplanes and things like that. Oh, no, that's me.
Wait.
No, but this is what he does, right? So I don't know how much of that is him or how much of that he gets attention for his bad behavior.
So I'm with Jeff.
Right.
This is Curious. Nick Curious. I hope I'm saying that right.
I think
Emily.
so, yeah.
And his whole thing is I'm the new McEnroe, and he's yelling at the other players and kind of getting strategy. But he also yelled at the ump during not this night, the other night, and said, "There's this marijuana smell, and I need it to stop, and I'm breathing it in, and it slows the game down, and it changes the rhythm." But also, we're talking about him. So for endorsements, if you're not great, you got this attitude, maybe someone picks you up.
All right. Well, next up, another U.S. Open video, only this time it has nothing to do with tennis. A YouTube star thought it would be funny to get a haircut while watching the match. He was quickly removed by security. Well, back in July, he was banned from Wimbledon for life, by the way, after blowing an air horn during a match. Erica?
Bro. Why?
This is so stupid.
What? We just were allowed there. Now you're going to do something like that? Honestly. I mean, seriously.
That was
Come
funny.
on. I'm being for real. I'm being for real. And on top of it, it's just super unsanitary. Like, what?
And the air horn, how rude when those people have like poured their blood, sweat, and tears. They're performing. That would startle anybody. An air horn?
And also, for your podcast with Al, Dying for Likes, this is all just for likes? Like, what are you doing this for? To be a jerk?
Thank you for that.
That was a shameless plug right there.
Here's the $20.
Wow. Follow me on Instagram. Well, I'm in tennis. What are you going to do?
Our last video is from Major League Baseball. A grown man is caught on camera stealing a ball from a young girl. Yeah, you see the player throwing the ball directly to the kids before the grown man jumps in front of it. The girl's dad posted the video to Twitter, and the team says they're going to send her something special anyway.
I say that girl was in the middle of having a core memory. You know, when you're young and your brain's growing, and you're at a baseball field and you're right there, and the grass is green and the sky is blue, and you can remember this vividly.
It was a night game.
And no, it wasn't. And the ball was Twilight, and the crickets are chirping, and she goes to reach, and some guy comes and steals it. And it's like what America could be.
What would you
baseball.
do if you saw that happen?
I'd be like, hey, jerk.
You got to call him out.
You got to call him out because you got a whole stadium that's behind you there. Hey, jerk.
Okay.
What would you say?
Because grown butt people do this all the time. First of all, it wasn't even a ball that was in the play of game. So there's nothing special about this ball for a grown person. Okay? This is a practice ball. He's specifically throwing it to the children, and this knucklehead's gonna come and swipe the ball for what? You gonna make up some story about how you got the ball, you caught it in the game-winning home run? Like,
he steals from children. Why not lie?
He's a loser.
Yeah, he'll lie. He'll lie. What would you do if you were sitting right behind
I would call him out. If that was my kid. Do you know how much that means to that kid to catch that ball? Erica's right. They were just warming up at that ball, and that guy snagged it. I don't mind that he caught it. Maybe it was a better thing that he caught it. Give it to the kid.
Exactly.
Give it to the little kid. What kind of person are you that you steal a ball from a little kid? What does that say for your life? You're definitely not returning your shopping cart. You don't put your signal on. You know what I mean? You're definitely not doing those things. This is just a sign of who this jerk is.
This is the person hoarding the toilet paper during the pandemic. That's the same person.
Exact same guy.
It is. Yes, it is. Coming up on DBL, Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between herself and her family. How do you handle differences with the people in your life?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our sources: North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color. According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance. Here's what does factor into the price: car make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
No time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win.
DBL is all new every day.
Say what we made for.
6 years.
Oh my gosh, that song is stuck in my head.
I know. It's great. Yes, Toria. Okay, so a lot of comments about the baseball thief. Donnie says that man should not only be kicked out, he should be banned from that stadium for life for doing something like that. Julia says, I hope that guy that took the ball away from that little girl finds out what bad karma is. Do you think he's watching it on the news right now or going viral and he's like ashamed?
I'm telling you, those type of people, they don't care.
They have no
They don't
shame.
care. They don't. All they care about is themselves, and they don't care what anyone else thinks.
I also think this happens a lot. Like,
Yeah, it happens
this happens
a lot
at stadiums. Like,
That's why people boo.
yeah, the jerks.
It's always men. It is. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailybuslive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead.
Yeah, Sam was unnecessary. I'm just saying that. Yeah, Sam.
Does the beeping on your microwave drive you crazy? How you can silence it for good? Plus a few other hacks you can keep up your sleeve. And Tom Cruise does a wild airplane stunt on set of his Mission Impossible movie. Does this guy have any fear at all?
Women couldn't do that.
Let me take you back in time when student loan repayments first went on pause for federal borrowers because of the pandemic and all the economic shutdown that came with it. March 13th, 2020. The Department of Education says nearly 500,000 borrowers continued paying their loans through the pause, though. Social media posts like these have been shared thousands of times, claiming those folks can now ask for a refund. So let's verify. Can you get a refund if you paid student loans during the payment pause? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Education and the Office of Federal Student Aid. The answer is yes, but there's more to it. The Department of Education explains on its website that ever since the payment pause went into effect in March of 2020, people have been able to request refunds for money they continued to pay. A refund, though, is not the same as loan forgiveness. However much money you get back is re-added to the total amount of money you owe. For example, if you had a total of $10,000 in federal student loan debt and paid $5,000 toward that for the past few years, despite the pause, you can request a refund for that $5,000. That brings the amount you owe, though, back to $10,000. However, if you qualify for the student loan forgiveness program, you can keep the $5,000 refund and then get that $10,000 forgiven. To request a refund for any amount paid during the repayment pause, contact your loan servicer. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere on September 12th with the one and only Jerry Springer.
Jerry, Jerry. My wife is saying now they should start chanting your address so you know how to get home.
The talk show legend will be joining us live on the panel as our special guest co-host. Don't miss a day with Jerry.
Jerry, Jerry.
September 12th and 13th on DBL.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane? This is a sham.
No. Y'all just stop.
Finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. I feel like the story is either going to hit a nerve or a lot of people will relate, and maybe it'll be cathartic somehow. I hope. So Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between her and her family. I know a lot of people watching can relate to this. Speaking to Vogue, Jennifer said the rift started during the 2016 presidential election and only got bigger after abortion rights were overturned this past summer. She said she's worked hard to forgive and try to understand her right-leaning dad and family who live in Kentucky, and said it's hard because the information they're getting is completely different. Okay, so I know that a lot of people watching can relate. How do they deal with political differences within family? How do you deal with that? Tori.
Why? Go.
This is your jam.
Well, I think it's really difficult, and I think people have lost in touch, and I think they've lost family members. I certainly have. But what's interesting to me is she followed that up with, I'm trying at least with my family to see two different sides of views, and I am too. I have 2 ears and 1 mouth. I got to listen more unless it's not based in reality in which there's a difference. However, she also went on to say, I can't bleep with anyone who's not political or invested in any way. And I really understand that, because to me, politics is like human rights. So if you're not invested in that, like, I don't get it, and I don't know how to work with you and talk with you. But I think that she speaks for everybody, don't you think? Somewhere, someone's got to have an uncle that vastly disagrees with them. How do you have a moral conversation?
What if it's your father? What would you do, Erica?
Honestly, I don't even know, and I'm very grateful I don't, because that's got to be
so
really hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because we are the first generation where we're really breaking that mold of we don't talk about money, politics, or religion, and we're seeing the fallout of that. But I think that it's fallout that was inevitable, and I think that the fallout is good, because how do you really connect with anyone if you're not really speaking your values?
Right.
You know,
right.
I think a lot of people realize that they were in households with people who they were not aligned with on a fundamental level, and that's created issues like this. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. This is going to be like a case study in real time of how this all works out.
Jeff?
I don't know. Why are we forced to show your colors or show what side you're on? Because if you have two sides, because I like things on the right, I like things on the left, but people don't want to hear that. They want to hear you're with me or you're not. That's all they want to hear. People don't want to talk. I want to talk about sports. But you don't want to talk about that. But when you bring up politics, I have to give you an answer. I don't know why we're like that in society. And what if she had chosen the side of her father? I don't know if she'd be working in Hollywood right now. I don't know if she'd have her movie right now. So if you're in Hollywood, and this is Hollywood specific, it might be other places too, you can't share if you're on the right side of things. If she shares she's on the right side of things, she is no longer getting those movie roles, because the directors of that, the people at the top, are so on the left that they're like, I don't want to deal with you. And it's gotten so divided that we can't even have a conversation. It's just, you're out because you're not with me. And that's where we're at. And that's why I don't like talking about politics at all, because I'm going to upset you in some way, even if I'm trying to make a point that has to deal with my children growing up.
I like that she brought up what her parents watch, because in my family, we are definitely on all different sides of the political spectrum. I'm very progressive. Some of my family members are not, and that has caused differences in opinion. But when we sit down and unpack it, because at the end of the day, for me, it would be really hard to get along with someone who, or respect their values if it leads to their oppression. What's that famous quote that you always say? Both of you say it.
You can disagree with me as long as it doesn't, it's not rooted in your own oppression.
Exactly.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. But when I sit down and have conversations with people and they understand it, and on the flip side, when they have conversations with me and I understand it, we end up agreeing. So I really do think, depending on what you watch, whether it's Fox News or CNN or whatever it may be, it really is shaping and aiding to this divisiveness in our country. Now, I'm not going to say all people. Some people really are prejudiced. Some people really are racist, and they are that. But I would say the majority of people on both sides of the aisle, if they were to sit down and talk about it without politics influencing their opinion, I bet we would agree on a lot of things.
I think it also has a lot to do with the idea that some of these issues aren't seen as political because they're just talking about human rights issues,
That's what
right? So she, in this article, or the article before, it talked about having an abortion
and a miscarriage.
Right.
And she had to have an abortion because of her miscarriage.
Right.
It was the treatment for it.
Exactly, because that is the treatment for miscarriages.
And now that's illegal in certain places.
Yeah, but that then, if you are, and I think a lot of people are having this issue, because you might have someone like your father who's saying, well, I'm glad that Roe versus Wade was overturned at the family dinner table with their daughter sitting right there who had an abortion. You know, so
but
it's
I wonder if she then had a conversation with him, because again, he might just be spewing and regurgitating talking points, but then if she looked at him and said, listen, I had to have an abortion because of X, Y, and Z, I would hope that father would be like, whoa, I never even thought of it that way. I mean, I would hope.
You would hope, but she also has a power dynamic that most young girls or women are not going to have in that situation. Because big bank always takes little bank.
But if you had this situation, final thought, I know we got to move, and you reversed it, right? Her dad was blue and she was red, and she said she didn't get an abortion or whatever, just the complete opposite. Nobody would print that article. And if they did, she'd be out of a job.
Yeah, you're right. There's a big double standard. You're right.
Because, and I like the Bears, and the Packers are their rival. I don't say never talk to me again because you're a Packers fan and get out of my life. But you know what I mean? It's like, why can't we just use sports as an example?
Because the stakes are so much higher for me politically, because it's about bodies and people's rights.
Football's life. Go back. Yeah, see, there you go. Thanks for the tension breaker, too. All right.
That was Chris, our executive producer. Okay, so Courtney Cox is coming for Kanye West. Over the weekend, one of Kanye's old tweets resurfaced where he said he didn't think the TV show Friends was funny. Kanye clarified that he didn't write the tweet, but wished he had. Courtney took issue with that and posted a response on Instagram. Watch.
How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless?
In the caption, she wrote, I bet the old Kanye thought Friends was funny.
I think it's a clever response, because a lot of people think Kanye's music in the beginning was the best, right? And it was way better than it is now. So I think her response is clever. And I always say, if you're clever in your response, no matter what you're saying, I'm okay with it.
He's right. If you do something stupid and you do a good sketch on SNL, you can turn that thing right around if you have a good response. And Courtney Cox is a good follow on Instagram. Very funny, good videos. That was a good little response.
Yeah.
What if Kanye didn't think Friends was funny? Maybe he didn't relate to it.
Yeah, but that's why she made light of it, right? She made like a funny joke out of a silly situation.
Erica has a look in her face. What's going on?
No, I don't think it's about whether Friends was funny or not. I think it was about the exchange between the two. And a lot of times people get real in their feelings about anything that's said derogatory about them or anything they've ever done. And I think she answered it correctly. You know, like she made light of it.
Yeah.
I don't see what the big deal is. Sorry, y'all.
Laughing about those residual checks coming in. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. So Tom Cruise, you guys, is at it again. A video of him standing on an airplane, is this real, is going viral. The stunt was for his new movie, Mission Impossible 7. Take a look.
As you can see, we are filming the latest installment of Mission Impossible. And right now we're over gorgeous Spider Canyon in stunning South Africa. And action! We're seeing some movies.
Oh my gosh. It's not the first time Tom was attached to a plane that took off. He did it for Mission Impossible Rogue Nation back in 2014. This is bananas.
That's a movie star. And he is putting people back into those seats at the theater. He did it this summer. He crushed it. And that trailer is the best I've seen in a long time. It's not even a trailer. It's just a promotion.
Every time we played it, I can't believe today is so weird. I agree with Jeff. Everyone gasped. Like when you first saw it, Sam, you went, as it tips backwards. That's what the movies used to do to people. In the dark with other people. It was a bonding moment. And he knows the value of that. And he single-handedly, although I hate Tom Cruise as a person, I really do. I hate Tom Cruise as a person. I love Tom Cruise.
What the man do to you?
He's on the left.
He's on
the right. Sorry. I ruined that joke.
He's on a whole other planet, for real.
Yeah, he hasn't seen his kids in years.
Yeah,
he talks about it.
Yeah.
I don't know why Tom Cruise
like
gets
that
a
man.
pass. I love Tom Cruise as an actor.
But
he is not seen, even though he's supposed to see his kids 10 days a month. I went down the rabbit hole because after I saw Top Gun, I was like, Tom Cruise, I love you. Then I was like, I wonder if there's anything besides Scientology that we don't talk about. And it showed that per his court agreement, 10 days a month, he's supposed to be with his kids. He hasn't seen them for 7 years.
Yeah, he doesn't speak of them. So I
can't imagine as a parent, Jeff.
But maybe, listen, maybe that's what he has to do to be Tom Cruise. He's got to give 100% of his time to his craft.
Yeah.
And we all come from different places and have different responsibilities and different ideologies about things. And that's what makes us different, right? I don't agree with him not seeing his kids. Erica's super pissed at me. I said that word again, and I probably can't say that.
But what a movie star. Not on social media, always delivers. Erica, what are you thinking?
I was just wondering if he had done something to Tori because she said she hated the man.
Yeah,
I was like, hate is a very strong word.
He gets a pass. Not only the children, there's certain behaviors that I've read in Vanity Fair and other credible sources.
Seems like a good point.
Oh, time to go. Show not a great thing, but great movie star. Great movie star.
You could differentiate the two.
I can differentiate the two.
Coming up on DBL, would you ever think to wash your toilet seat in the dishwasher? Well, I guess it's a thing. We're sharing some TikTok hacks that you probably didn't know already.
You guys don't wash your toilet seat?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
And then
Talking about
before
TikTok
I'll do a
hacks.
quick discussion between each one.
Okay.
If you
Oh,
already
between
know,
each one.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Just
if you already
quick, though.
know it, just pretend like you haven't seen
Okay.
it.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
It's the same every time we have a list of stuff. Quick reactions in between.
I have a Roosevelt anecdote about
Okay.
Wait.
The toilet?
Just put this
But don't you going back to Tom Cruise,
Yeah.
and not him, I don't agree with, obviously, him not seeing his kids, but to be the best, to be the greatest there ever was at something, don't you think you have to sacrifice other things
I
in
don't
your
think
life?
it's because he's working. I think it's because of Scientology.
And so he maybe believe what he believes, and
I know, but
just because we think it's crazy, maybe.
At the end of the day, those kids don't have a dad, so
Yeah.
that hurts me as a normal human being. I try and put myself in his shoes and think, gosh, I can't imagine not seeing my child for 7 years because
So we're
of my
talking
religion.
about the two grown-up kids, by the way, with Nicole Kidman. They're
Surrey-
full-on adults.
Surrey,
and
he hasn't seen Surrey in 4 years.
So just that one.
Yeah, and the other kid's in 7 years, according to Vanity Fair. I went down the whole rabbit hole. I just saw Top Gun 2.
He was out with his son earlier, like a year ago, whatever. His son
Oh.
Connor, he has a good relationship with.
He does?
Yeah, and the other one's married.
Huh. I don't know. I read a whole maybe my article was outdated.
Wasn't the story that the older kids didn't have a relationship with Nicole?
Nicole doesn't have a relationship too with him.
And
Well,
then
let me
Tom
see.
doesn't have a relationship with Surrey.
So when I watched Top Gun 2,
It's not good either way.
Yeah, but I want to get my facts straight. When I watched Top Gun 2, I went down the rabbit hole about Tom Cruise and just some things that I had heard that Tori alluded to.
Yeah.
And the one article that popped up was from Vanity Fair. It could have been from like 2019, but it talked about him going against the court orders of seeing his kids, and that bothered me as a parent.
Of course.
But if my facts are wrong, please.
No, there's more
would like
about. There's
to
other
know.
stuff too in that video.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-host. September 12th and 13th on DBL. Welcome back. We all love a good TikTok hack, but right now there's one that has people divided and disgusted. This cleaning hack suggests that you should clean your toilet seat in your dishwasher. Yeah, what do we all think about this?
First of all, there's other dishes in there, okay? That's the, I mean, it's a problem on its own, but there's a bowl in there.
You're absolutely right.
This is why my dad, Roosevelt, will always be like, don't be eating at other people's houses. For reasons like that.
Yeah, it's true. It makes me makes my mouth water because I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Because it's so savory?
No, when I'm about to throw up, it's like saliva comes up.
Yeah. To protect the enamel on the teeth. She's absolutely right scientifically.
Oh, my man.
Sorry.
What do you mean to protect it? What about?
Saliva comes out extra because you're going to have acid come out.
Yeah, but it also comes out when you have a delicious meal that you really want to eat.
Salivating, different glands.
Yeah.
But we digress.
We digress. Okay, let's take a look at some other hacks that are a little less controversial. Did you know that many microwaves use numbers to control the sound? So on most microwaves, you can use 0, 1, or 2 in order to stop it from beeping. So all you have to do is open your microwave dormitory, hold one of these numbers for 5 seconds. Now try to press a button. You're not going to hear sound anymore.
Don't you want to hear a sound?
For like 5 seconds?
I don't need the sound.
How do you know it's ready?
done.
I'm in the kitchen cooking. I know when it's ready.
I leave things in the microwave all the time.
What?
Because the thing will go off and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get that. And then at the end of dinner, I'm like, oh, I forgot the beans.
The beans. You don't stovetop your beans?
Well, like the refried beans, I just put them in from the can.
It zaps all their fiber and nutrition.
How much fiber and nutrition if they're already refried? Is there a lot of fiber?
I don't know. Ask the salivary glands expert over here.
Okay, do you struggle to pull drinks out of those plastic rings that they come in? Well, there's a plastic tab on the outside that you can pull to easily remove it.
I didn't know that. I just know they were supposed to take them because of the birds,
Yes.
right? And dolphins?
And turtles.
Turtles, my bad.
Birds. Yeah, you better, if you see those rings on the ground, you pick it up, you break it apart.
That's
you
right.
do not let that just sit on the ground, break it apart, then throw it away.
That's right.
Pack your trash. That's a slogan in Santa Cruz. Pack your trash.
Okay.
Catchy.
Scooping peanut butter out of the jar is a sticky mess. Try spinning the jar on its side for about 20 seconds and then the peanut butter will move to the top. I can't wait to use this. Never heard of this before.
So it's centrifugal force that's forcing it to the front.
That's brilliant.
That's also a natural peanut butter, which tends to be has a higher liquidity.
Yeah.
That's great then.
Right, but I'm saying, does it work for the one that doesn't have?
That's not working with Jiffy.
Yeah, like
Jiffy you don't need to do anything with. It just comes processed like that.
Okay.
The music with this is great.
Okay.
All right. Eric has a thing for Jiffy. Okay.
No, I was just pointing out natural peanut butters have a higher liquidity.
They do. It's a good thing. It's good fats. Okay, we all know getting a duvet cover, oh, I can't with this, can be a hassle. Okay, I can't. Here we go. So here's what you're gonna do. Lay the cover inside out on your bed with the zipper at the bottom. Then lay the duvet on top. Starting at the top, roll the cover and duvet to the bottom.
What?
Wrap the cover over both ends of the roll and then zip it shut. Now just unroll it back to the top. That sounds confusing.
Nah,
I'm so confused.
Nah. First of all, duveting is a 2-person job, and it's for this reason, okay? Now just have one person, you both hold it, and then you drop it in, and then you pull it by the sides.
Yeah, you shake it.
I'm just telling you, I don't know what's going on over there.
What's up with the fitted sheet? I can never, I like a nice organized pantry. Or a linen closet rather. And a pantry, I like it organized too. But I can never fold my fitted sheet properly. My mom showed me a gazillion times. Hers is always perfect. I can't fold the fitted sheet. Can you? I bet you have a good fitted sheet hack.
We gotta go.
Oh, we'll be right back.
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verify viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With you at Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
My goodness, welcome back. Did you know most older Americans have fewer friends now than when they were young? That's according to a recent survey of 2,000 adults. So over 55 who reported having just 4 friends, okay? Most of them admitted that their social circles had shrunk as they got older, but it's not all bad. Nearly all of those surveyed said it was never too late to make new lifelong friends.
4 friends is a lot of friends.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't know why you need more than 4.
You know that shirt says I like tacos and like 3 people? That's me. No, but I mean, I don't think you need, and you taught us this, you really helped me. A smaller circle is a better circle. It's a trust. I used to overshare.
I taught you that?
Yeah, I used to overshare. I'm telling people my social security and my scariest dreams.
Yeah, you did.
And they're like, I don't know who you are. I'm in the bathroom. Get away from me. You know, so I really I really want to work and evolve and grow carefully those friendships, because having too many is not right.
I still hold on to my friends from growing up. Like, I still have like 3 core friends that know me since preschool, and those are my bestest friends.
But how often do you speak with them?
I speak with them all the time, but I don't get to see them physically. Like Martine, you guys have met. She recently came and visited me, but other than that, it's all over phone.
But it's nice that you still text them.
But you're kind of similar. A lot of your friends are old school, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have like some high school buddies, some college buddies, some LA buddies. You know, like they're all different groups, but all my small circle, it's all small circles I could trust.
Yeah.
Right? And I could be who I want to be, and I could have conversations where no one's getting mad, even if we're on different sides. You can't have that conversation with a neighbor or a stranger,
or
perhaps,
or
a new friend, because they're like, could you believe this guy likes popcorn? Like, whatever it is now, you know what I mean? Who knows? People are always mad at me for something.
I think male friendship dynamics and female friendship dynamics are definitely different. But also, there's this friendship coach. Her name's Danielle Bayard Jackson. I had her on my podcast. But she talked about how it's very normal for friendships to last on average about 7 years, especially if you are people who move to different cities and you are different versions of yourself. And so it's quite natural to like cycle in and out of friendship.
Yeah, it's like a beginning, middle, of an end to an arc of a story, and then you close that chapter and you move on to the other. I, as an adult, though, find it's hard to find, and I wonder if you guys agree, and you, outside of work.
I'm not part of you guys.
No, I meant female and male, because I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Outside of work, it is kind of difficult as an adult.
To find a new friend?
Kind of,
I think it's the trust,
Yeah,
right? They
maybe.
probably don't trust you. You feel the same way about them, and it's like,
what is it?
Am I really going to have an honest conversation with this person that I really just met that might devour that friendship? Is that the right word?
Devour?
no.
Eat it up?
Devour? What's like a word like to
Divide?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's almost,
And the
we're almost
friendship.
done.
I think also there's a transactional nature to a lot of adult friendships because a lot of people do find friends at work and in like professional settings. So anytime anything's rooted in transaction, then once one of those value systems is diminished, then there goes the friendship.
That's fair. That's fair. It's difficult, I think. It's difficult to maintain. Like my mom's 75, and I remember her saying it's still tough trying to find. She's very lovely.
Speaking of finding, where do you get that taco and 3 friends shirt?
From Etsy.
All right, cool.
Well, here.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag, because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our sources: North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color. According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance. Here's what does factor into the price: car make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Welcome back. We got some cool new comments from some new viewers. Risha, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, says, "I just stumbled upon this gem of a new show, and Erica Cobb had me from the bro comment about Wimbledon. I appreciate the honesty and her relatable insight. Definitely a new viewer." Thank you, Erica.
That was the comment of the day.
Anne from Western New York says, "I have to say that you have found a great group of hosts. Given the topics, they speak intelligently." Well,
we speak good.
where hope finds help, where courage meets conviction, where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities, where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say, we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win.
DBL is all new every day.
Say what we're made for. We're made for this.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Holiday air travel tops pre-pandemic levels for the first time, while the drama in the skies stays the same. Would you move your seat for a family to sit together or say, no way? Crazy videos you gotta see, like this epic tantrum at the US Open, and a grown man stealing a ball from a little girl at a baseball game. TikTok hacks that make you want to say, from washing your toilet seat in the dishwasher to silencing your microwave with the press of one button. Shut up! And Tom Cruise performs a death-defying airplane stunt for his new Mission Impossible movie.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane? This is a sham.
No.
Nope.
Y'all, just
It's
stop.
finally here. Drum roll.
Oh my gosh, we're already arguing up here. Yes, we are.
Par for the course.
Par for the course, Erica says. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so holiday air travel is back. And for the first time since the beginning of the pandemic, more passengers traveled through airports this past weekend than Labor Day weekend in 2019. But here's what we really have to talk about. A man on Reddit has gone viral, and it sparked a very interesting debate. He was traveling alone, paid an extra amount, a premium fee for a premium seat in the front of the plane on a 10-hour flight from Greece. He was approached by a family of 4 who asked if he could swap seats so that family could all sit together. Well, he refused to switch since he paid more for his seat. He said the mom then made a scene when he refused, even called him a bad name, according to him. But here's the question. Should he have swapped seats with the family? Jeff, you always have a big opinion when it comes to travel.
Let's get right into it, shall we? No, he should not switch seats, okay? I have a family, and this is a 10-hour flight that you paid extra for to have premium service. I have a family. I would do anything to sit next to my family, especially on a 10-hour flight. You have to prepare for that as a family. You go to the ticket agent, there are no more seats, there is nothing else we could do. You hit the ATM and you say, listen, here's some cash. I got to sit with my kids. I'm going to give you this money, right, for whatever the premium is. If you'd please switch with me. One, if he's in the aisle seat and you give him middle, that can't happen. You can't switch an aisle for a middle. Two, if you give him cash, it lightens the mood. And I hate the word refused. The mother got mad at this man for saying, hey, it's a 10-hour flight and I paid extra. No, the mother's in the wrong here.
But if, now let me follow.
No, final answer.
If right then and there they said to you, here, what's your Venmo? We'll Venmo you the difference. Would you have switched, or you'd rather still be in the front? of the plane.
So same scenario. They're giving me cash?
Yeah, Venmo cash. Yeah, would you?
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah.
No, you gave me a scenario, but you didn't actually say if you would do it.
Yes,
if
if I was by myself and it was a family and they go, here's $500, I would switch.
You would switch.
Yeah.
You go to the back of the plane.
Yeah,
Erica,
sure.
Would you?
This is a shocker. I agree with Jeff. I agree with Jeff. Like, let's write down the date. Here's the thing. This just happened to me.
We always agree.
Well, yeah, I would say.
We can't agree on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't agree on that. This just happened to me a couple months ago. So I had to buy a last-minute ticket because I didn't know that I was going to be able to join my family on this vacation. I had to pay premium, like way more than what my family had to pay in order to take this trip. I get on the flight, there's a couple, the guy is sitting in my seat. And he goes, oh, I want to sit next to my wife, so why don't you just take my seat?
Ew.
Now, his seat was also a seat that didn't have another seat in front of it, and I don't particularly like to fly with another seat in front of me. It's just one of my quirks, right? So I purposely didn't get that seat when I knew that this seat was available, which also meant that he got upgraded in order to get that seat, and I had paid double what he paid. And at that point, I'm standing there like, well, you're not really giving me any option here because you're already like having lunch on the plane next to your wife in my seat.
Ew.
And he just like, I was so hot the whole time, but I just took the seat because I'm like, well, now I don't want to.
You took his seat.
I did take the seat because I didn't want to sit next to his wife who was going to have an attitude
That's
with me
true.
the whole time.
But still.
But it's wrong. Like, if you pay for a seat, then that's your seat. I would at any time give up my seat for a family if it wasn't the difference between the idea that I've just paid a premium or someone from the airline should have gotten involved and been like, hey, they prioritize families. We're going to give you this stipend in order for you to sit in this seat.
What if it was a shorter flight? Would you consider
to
it?
me, it's the 10 hours in Greece. No way! Again, mark the date. I'm with Erica and Jeff on this one.
I'm with all three
I'm
of
with
you as
all of us
well.
because at some point it's a transaction. I pay for this, you get that. You give me money, now we have a business transaction, totally different
If
story.
all things being equal, you guys were like literally in the same section that you paid for without the quirk that Erica Cobb is talking about, it would be a no-brainer.
But would you give up an aisle seat or a window seat for a middle seat?
No, I would not.
No.
Yeah.
I can't
Here's the
stand
other
being in the
thing
middle.
we're not talking about is the fact that it's an international flight. So if he's sitting in the first aisle or first
He gets
row,
to
that means
customs.
he's first to
In
customs.
Exactly.
As
That's
opposed
true.
to
Yeah,
20 rows back. What if he had a connection?
Right, yeah.
500 will do the trick.
I don't know.
Give me
What if
500. You could.
What if it was $1,500 to sit to the front of the plane?
I don't know, 500 cash. 500 cash in people's face will do a lot. That's all I'm saying.
Wave it in their
Yeah,
face.
that's right.
Okay, speaking of cash, speaking of air travel as well, check out what happened to passengers on a recent flight to Vegas. So a man handed out $100 bills.
See what I'm saying?
Listen to everyone cheering. Do you hear them cheering? So what would you do with the extra cash? So you land in Vegas, do you gamble it? Do you say, nope, I'm going to go ahead and pay my AT&T phone bill? What you going to do?
No, I put that 100 on black at the roulette table.
Yes, Erica. What about you?
See, I would be like, hey, who wants to do this? And I get on the microphone and be like, we're going to get 4 winners because I don't want 100. I want to double down. So if there's 200 people, each winner gets $5,000, and you just pick random seat numbers. That's how I want to throw down.
You would?
I don't want the 100. I want 5,000.
So you would take what?
Yeah. Did you see my philosophy there?
Yeah, I love it.
What if
Yeah.
nobody wanted to give up their $100 for Jeff's high stakes gambling
That's the
ring?
caveat.
I would. What would you do with the money?
I would honestly feel it was divine intervention. I was on that plane, and it's divine intervention to gamble it, but I am a slot girl.
Me too.
So I would get it in pennies and spend an afternoon or an evening.
You don't actually need to put pennies in the slot, child.
Okay.
You could just put the whole $100 bill in.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
right.
You were going to cash in for a bag of pennies?
I thought that's.
Wow.
I'm new to Vegas.
So which slot machine do you play? Because I'm
Wheel of Fortune
1,000% committed to Wheel of Fortune. In fact, I recently went to Black Hawk. It's kind of like our Vegas here in Colorado.
Sure is.
There's one Wheel of Fortune machine that's quarters. They have some penny ones. I don't do the penny ones. Sorry, no offense, Tori.
No worries.
But I waited for that quarter machine, no joke, for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I perused, I staked. As soon as that lady got up, I slid right in.
You're a lurker.
Yeah.
Of course I'm a lurker. There's
Yeah.
one machine
machine.
Also,
I get
priming
pissed.
that machine.
Like when I'm out of money and the lurker comes in. Oh, I can?
I don't think so.
Oh, I get
Ticked.
Well, I already said it. I get angry. Well, listen, if you know me, there is no happy on the show. I'm always mad about something. But when someone comes in, I'm out of money, I'll look. And if they win, I hate you. Yeah. And I don't know why I waste my time looking, but I'll stick around for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll stick around to see as well. Coming up on DBL, a major tantrum. Is it Jeff at the U.S. Open? Is this kind of behavior ever acceptable from an athlete? And a new law in California is aiming to raise the minimum wage for fast food workers. We'll tell you how much they could be making soon.
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We made all this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
We're talking about why we like the Wheel of Fortune slot machine. Fortune!
If I put $100 in and I don't get a spin, it's like I want to leave Vegas. But if I get like 2 or 3 spins, I'm like,
Even
it's so worth it.
Even if I make only $20.
It's so good.
I love dopamine of the sound of the bright lights. I'm like, there's a ring, a circle.
Oh, and then you got to hit it.
All of the money you could possibly win just by spinning the wheel.
Psychological.
It is.
You get to touch the button.
There's not enough at Black
Are you saying
There's
button?
one.
They need more.
One
Wheel of Fortune machine. Where did you go?
Monarch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's other ones where there's like more,
I need
but
to
a lot
find
of
out.
them are penny ones.
So are the ones they have 1 quarter. I like the bigger stakes. If they had the dollar one, I'd play the dollar.
I did.
Oh, go ahead.
When my husband and I were in Vegas like last year, and I had won like $100 on craps. We play craps a lot. So I'm like, I'm gonna take this $200 and I'm gonna put it in this high roller. I never do high roller slots. I hit it the 4th time and I won $1,000 at Caesars.
Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, it was what was it?
Did it ding, 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 and then you got to do the spin?
Good.
It was no. It must have been 2. I did 2 spins or 2 things, and I won $1,000.
You must have felt so good.
Yeah, and it was something where it's like, put your money.
You know, there used to be.
Promise me you'll try Willy
There used
Wonka
to be
next time you're in Vegas.
an-
Okay. I used to be on Wheel of Fortune only. Willy Wonka, there's way more spins. There's way more. There's like 10 different circles.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-host. September 12th and 13th on DBL. Still talking about Vegas over here. Welcome back. Here's a very sobering thought for you. A new study says that for 1/3 of Americans working a full-time job year-round, it is not enough to cover necessities like rent, groceries, and other basic expenses. So now California has signed a new law aimed at making life easier for fast food workers. The bill would cap minimum wage for these workers at $22 an hour, which works out to be around $43,000 a year. So would you be willing to pay more for your Happy Meal, per se, if you knew the worker was getting paid a living wage? You're shaking your head, Jeff.
Absolutely. They don't make enough, right? And it's supposed to be a lesson for like younger kids, but people make this is their careers, right? And we have to look at it like that. I don't know how minimum wage goes up for everything else. Like if you look at a curve of inflation, it goes like that. Why isn't everything like that? All jobs across the board, not just food workers, are like this since the 80s. But inflation is whatever letter that is.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And may I add, we could raise it 20%, so a $5 burger is a $7 burger. Perhaps the millionaire CEO at the top could take maybe 1 bonus off and perhaps give it to the people that scrub the floors. That might be a thing. I also just want to say, low-income families working full-time, to make up the difference from where the cost of benefits are, they would need an additional, and this shocked me, $23,500.
Wow.
So the difference isn't a little bit of money. It's an enormous amount for things like health care and just basic needs. So I just wanted to make that
So
clear.
they're getting further and further in debt every year.
Super further, yeah.
Erica, would you pay more?
I would absolutely pay more, but the truth is, we think that people who work certain jobs as a society don't deserve to make enough money to live.
Yes.
And on top of it, people have the audacity to go in and abuse them on top of that, which is the reason why when you go into like a lot of fast food restaurants now, or you're in a drive-through, or any job that isn't paying like at least the poverty line, you're waiting forever because all of a sudden there have been other opportunities for people to make money. So they don't want to work at these places because people are out there abusing them.
The dignity's not there.
Something has to give. And if that means that they are making more, which they need to make more anyway, then we are going to be responsible for that in some way or another.
Well said. Well, speaking of expensive things, how much do you think it costs for a family of 4 to visit Universal Studios theme park in Florida? Check out this viral video. A mom from Britain posted a TikTok showing all the costs her family racked up for their visit, including parking, drinks, lunch, ice cream, and a coffee. It looks like they all had a great time, of course, but guess how much it cost them? The total for the day, $1,100. The tickets and the fast passes were by far the most expensive items. Before we discuss, Tori, compare it to, I know you have some details on comparing it to other popular theme parks.
Totally, and again, this isn't with hotels or anything. This is just a day at the park with rides, okay? Universal Studios for a family of 4, about $1,113.
We just did that.
Cool. Disney World, I was like, did we just do that? Disney World, about $817.
Whoa, Disney World's cheaper?
Cheaper. Huh. Six Flags in Los Angeles, about $918.
No, not if you go pick up the Coke can at the Albertsons next door. You get $15 off. Okay. Back when I used to ride.
Well, so a problem solved.
$950
ticket. $15 off per ticket. That adds up. Go ahead.
Well,
I don't know how I was going to follow that.
I was just going to say, and just so you guys know, this is not just like this is also art museums and science museums and things that kids are supposed to be able to see. In New York, it's a whole class system, can't get in. In DC, every Smithsonian museum is free. And I'm so proud of that because in New York, you want to show a kid art, they can't. It's for a family of 4. That's a whole day.
It's not only that. Those are the big ones that people save up for, and I don't know how you afford that on an average income, right? If we just went to like a little theme park, not a theme park, a little carnival, a pop-up carnival. We weren't halfway through the carnival, and I was down $100.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you want to throw a thing and pick up a duck? $20. I'm like, he's picking up a duck for a flute. And they're like, well, you got to pay separate for the kids. So it's $40 for a plastic flute.
Ridiculous.
And the kids are like, yeah. I'm like, I wanted to strangle this guy. He robbed me.
Yeah, it's true. Every time we play those, like carnival games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. They'll be like, here's $20, here's a bucket of balls, and then you win a prize that's easily 10 cents. Like the prize is 10 cents.
Yeah, and you can't ever win. You're not getting that ball in wherever.
They make them too small sometimes, I feel.
Yeah.
I do feel that way. Sorry.
All right. Coming up on DBL, a grown adult is caught on camera stealing a baseball from a little girl. What? Would you do anything if you saw this happen in front of you?
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verified viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. We don't usually talk about sports on our show, but there are a couple of viral videos that we have to discuss. Check out this video. Last night, an Australian tennis player took out his frustration after losing his U.S. Open quarterfinal match by destroying not one, but two of his tennis rackets. Take a look at the damage after his meltdown. Wow. What do you think about his outburst, Jeff? And should there be a punishment for that?
Yeah, there should, because little kids are looking up to this guy, and this guy's an up-and-coming tennis player. Like, his name's on the map, and this is kind of his MO. He kind of gets angry and gets mad about people on airplanes and things like that. Oh, no, that's me.
Oh, wait.
No, but this is what he does, right? So I don't know how much of that is him or how much of that he gets attention for his bad behavior.
I'm with Jeff. This is Kyrgios. Nick Kyrgios. I hope I'm saying that right.
I think
Emily.
so, yeah.
And his whole thing is I'm the new McEnroe, and he's yelling at the other players and kind of getting strategy. But he also yelled at the ump during not this night, the other night, and said, "There's this marijuana smell, and I need it to stop, and I'm breathing it in, and it slows the game down, and it changes the rhythm." But also, we're talking about him. So for endorsements, if you're not great, you got this attitude, maybe someone picks you up.
All right. Well, next up, another U.S. Open video, only this time it has nothing to do with tennis. A YouTube star thought it would be funny to get a haircut while watching the match. He was quickly removed by security. Well, back in July, he was banned from Wimbledon, for life, by the way, after blowing an air horn during a match. Erica?
Bro. Why?
This is so stupid.
What? We just were allowed there. Now you're going to do something like that? Honestly. I mean, seriously.
That was
Come on. I'm being for real. I'm being for real. And on top of it, it's just super unsanitary. Like, what?
And the air horn, how rude when those people have like poured their blood, sweat, and tears. They're performing. That would startle anybody. An air horn?
And also, for your podcast with Al, Dying for Likes, this is all just for likes? Like, what are you doing this for? To be a jerk?
Thank you for that.
That was a shameless plug right there.
Here's the $20.
Wow. Follow me on Instagram. Well, I'm in tennis. What are you going to do?
Our last video is from Major League Baseball. A grown man is caught on camera stealing a ball from a young girl. Yeah, you see the player throwing the ball directly to the kids before the grown man jumps in front of it. The girl's dad posted the video to Twitter, and the team says they're going to send her something special anyway.
I say that girl was in the middle of having a core memory. You know, when you're young and your brain's growing, and you're at a baseball field, and you're right there, and the grass is green and the sky is blue, and you can remember this vividly.
It was a night game.
And no, it wasn't. And the ball was Twilight, and the crickets are chirping, and she goes to reach, and some guy comes and steals it. And it's like what America could be.
What would you
baseball.
do if you saw that happen?
I'd be like, hey, jerk.
You got to call him out.
You got to call him out because you got a whole stadium that's behind you there. Hey, jerk.
Okay.
What would you say?
Because grown butt people do this all the time. First of all, it wasn't even a ball that was in the play of game. So there's nothing special about this ball for a grown person. Okay? This is a practice ball. He's specifically throwing it to the children, and this knucklehead's gonna come and swipe the ball for what? You gonna make up some story about how you got the ball, you caught it in the game-winning home run? Like,
he steals from children. Why not lie?
He's a loser.
Yeah, he'll lie. He'll lie. What would you do if you were sitting right behind?
I would call him out.
What
If that was my
Lawson?
kid, do you know how much that means to that kid to catch that ball? Erica's right. They were just warming up at that ball, and that guy snagged it. I don't mind that he caught it. Maybe it was a better thing that he caught it. Give it to the kid.
Exactly.
Give it to the little kid. What kind of person are you that you steal a ball from a little kid? What does that say for your life? You're definitely not returning your shopping cart. You don't put your signal on. You know what I mean? You're definitely not doing those things. This is just a sign of who this jerk is.
This is the person hoarding the toilet paper during the pandemic. That's the same person.
Exact same guy.
It is. Yes, it is. Coming up on DBL, Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between herself and her family. How do you handle differences with the people in your life?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag, because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our sources: North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color. According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance. Here's what does factor into the price: car make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
No time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win.
DBL is all new every day.
Say what we made for.
6 years.
Oh my gosh, that song is stuck in my head.
I know.
It's great.
Yes, Toria. Okay, so a lot of comments about the baseball thief. Donnie says that man should not only be kicked out, he should be banned from that stadium for life for doing something like that. Julia says, I hope that guy that took the ball away from that little girl finds out what bad karma is. Do you think he's watching it on the news right now or going viral and he's like ashamed?
I'm telling you, those type of people, they don't care.
Have no
They don't
shame.
care. All they care about is themselves, and they don't care what anyone else thinks.
I also think this happens a lot. Like,
yeah, it happens,
this happens
a lot
at stadiums. Like,
that's why people boo.
Yeah, the jerks.
It's always men. It is. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch
Yes,
on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead.
Yeah, Sam was unnecessary. I'm just saying that. Yeah, Sam.
Does the beeping on your microwave drive you crazy? How you can silence it for good, plus a few other hacks you can keep up your sleeve. And Tom Cruise does a wild airplane stunt on set of his Mission Impossible movie. Does this guy have any fear at all?
Women couldn't do that.
Let me take you back in time when student loan repayments first went on pause for federal borrowers because of the pandemic and all the economic shutdown that came with it. March 13th, 2020.
The Department of Education says nearly 500,000 borrowers continued paying their loans through the pause, though. Social media posts like these have been shared thousands of times, claiming those folks can now ask for a refund. So let's verify. Can you get a refund if you paid student loans during the payment pause? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Education and the Office of Federal Student Aid. The answer is yes, but there's more to it. The Department of Education explains on its website that ever since the payment pause went into effect in March of 2020, people have been able to request refunds for money they continued to pay. A refund, though, is not the same as loan forgiveness. However much money you get back is re-added to the total amount of money you owe. For example, if you had a total of $10,000 in federal student loan debt and paid $5,000 toward that for the past few years, despite the pause, you can request a refund for that $5,000. That brings the amount you owe, though, back to $10,000. However, if you qualify for the Student Loan Forgiveness Program, you can keep the $5,000 refund and then get that $10,000 forgiven.
To request a refund for any amount paid during the repayment pause, contact your loan servicer. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere on September 12th with the one and only Jerry Springer.
Jerry. My wife is saying now they should start chanting your address so you know how to get home.
The talk show legend will be joining us live on the panel as our special guest co-host. Don't miss a day with Jerry.
Jerry.
September 12th and 13th on DBL.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane?
This is a sham.
No. Y'all just
It's
stop.
finally here. Drum roll.
Welcome to DBL. I feel like the story is either going to hit a nerve or a lot of people will relate, and maybe it'll be cathartic somehow. I hope. So Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between her and her family. I know a lot of people watching can relate to this. Speaking to Vogue, Jennifer said, the rift started during the 2016 presidential election and only got bigger after abortion rights were overturned this past summer. She said she's worked hard to forgive and try to understand her right-leaning dad and family who live in Kentucky, and said it's hard because the information they're getting is completely different. Okay, so I know that a lot of people watching can relate. How do they deal with political differences within family? How do you deal with that? Tori.
Why? Go.
This is your jam.
Well, I think it's really difficult, and I think people have lost in touch, and I think they've lost family members. I certainly have. But what's interesting to me is she followed that up with, I'm trying at least with my family to see two different sides of views, and I am too. I have 2 ears and 1 mouth. I got to listen more, unless it's not based in reality, in which there's a difference. However, she also went on to say, I can't bleep with anyone who's not political or invested in any way. And I really understand that, because to me, politics is like human rights. So if you're not invested in that, like, I don't get it. And I don't know how to work with you and talk with you. But I think that she speaks for everybody, don't you think? Somewhere, someone's got to have an uncle that vastly disagrees with them. How do you have a moral conversation?
What if it's your father? What would you do, Erica?
Honestly, I don't even know, and I'm very grateful I don't, because that's got to be
so
really hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because we are the first generation where we're really breaking that mold of we don't talk about money, politics, or religion, and we're seeing the fallout of that. But I think that it's fallout that was inevitable, and I think that the fallout is good, because how do you really connect with anyone if you're not really speaking your values?
Right.
You know, I think a lot of people realize that they were in households households with people who they were not aligned with on a fundamental level, and that's created issues like this. So I don't know. This is going to be like a case study in real time of how this all works out.
Jeff?
I don't know. Why are we forced to show your colors or show what side you're on? Because if you have two sides, because I like things on the right, I like things on the left, but people don't want to hear that. They want to hear you're with me or you're not. That's all they want to hear. People don't want to talk. I want to talk about sports. But you don't want to talk about that. But when you bring up politics, I have to give you an answer. I don't know why we're like that in society. And what if she had chosen the side of her father? I don't know if she'd be working in Hollywood right now. I don't know if she'd have her movie right now. So if you're in Hollywood, and this is Hollywood specific, it might be other places too, you can't share if you're on the right side of things. If she shares she's on the right side of things, she is no longer getting those movie roles because the directors of that, the people at the top are so on the left that they're like, I don't want to deal with you. And it's gotten so divided that we can't even have a conversation. It's just, you're out because you're not with me. And that's where we're at. And that's why I don't like talking about politics at all, because I'm going to upset you in some way, even if I'm trying to make a point that has to deal with my children growing up.
I like that she brought up what her parents watch, because in my family, we are definitely on all different sides of the political spectrum. I'm very progressive. Some of my family members are not, and that has caused differences in opinion. But when we sit down and unpack it, because at the end of the day, for me, it would be really hard to get along with someone or respect their values if it leads to their oppression. What's that famous quote that you always say? Both of you say it.
You can disagree with me as long as it doesn't, it's not rooted in your own oppression.
Exactly.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. But when I sit down and have conversations with people and they understand it, and on the flip side, when they have conversations with me and I understand it, we end up agreeing. So I really do think, depending on what you watch, whether it's Fox News or CNN or whatever it may be, it really is shaping and aiding to this divisiveness in our country. Now, I'm not going to say all people. Some people really are prejudiced. Some people really are racist, and they are that. But I would say the majority of people on both sides of the aisle, if they were to sit down and talk about it without politics influencing their opinion, I bet we would agree on a lot of things.
I think it also has a lot to do with the idea that some of these issues aren't seen as political because they're just talking about human rights issues,
That's what
right? So she, in this article, or the article before, it talked about having an abortion
and a miscarriage.
Right.
And she had to have an abortion because of her miscarriage.
Right.
It was the treatment for it.
Exactly, because that is the treatment for miscarriages.
And now that's illegal in certain places.
Yeah, but then if you are, and I think a lot of people are having this issue because you might have someone like your father who's saying, well, I'm glad that Roe versus Wade was overturned at the family dinner table with their daughter sitting right there who had an abortion. You know, so
but
it's
I wonder if she then had a conversation with him, because again, he might just be spewing and regurgitating talking points, but then if she looked at him and said, listen, I had to have an abortion because of X, Y, and Z, I would hope that father would be like, whoa, I never even thought of it that way. I mean, I would hope.
You would hope, but she also has a power dynamic that most young girls or women are not going to have in that situation. Because big bank always takes little bank.
But if you had this situation, final thought, I know we got to move, and you reversed it, right? Her dad was blue and she was red, and she said she didn't get an abortion or whatever, just the complete opposite. Nobody would print that article. And if they did, she'd be out of a job.
Yeah, you're right. There's a big double standard. You're right.
Because, and I like the Bears, and the Packers are their rival. I don't say never talk to me again because you're a Packers fan and get out of my life. But you know what I mean? It's like, why can't we just use sports as an example?
Because the stakes are so much higher for me politically, because it's about bodies and people's rights.
Football's life. Go back. Yeah, see, there you go. Thanks for the tension breaker, too. All right.
That was Chris, our executive producer. Okay, so Courtney Cox is coming for Kanye West. Over the weekend, one of Kanye's old tweets resurfaced where he said he didn't think the TV show Friends was funny. Kanye clarified that he didn't write the tweet, but wished he had. Courtney took issue with that and posted a response on Instagram. Watch.
How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless?
In the caption, she wrote, I bet the old Kanye thought Friends was funny.
I think it's a clever response because a lot of people think Kanye's music in the beginning was the best, right? And it was way better than it is now. So I think her response is clever. And I always say, if you're clever in your response, no matter what you're saying, I'm okay with it.
He's right. If you do something stupid and you do a good sketch on SNL, you can turn that thing right around if you have a good response. And Courtney Cox is a good follow on Instagram. Very funny, good videos. That was a good little response.
Yeah.
What if Kanye didn't think Friends was funny? Maybe he didn't relate to it.
Yeah, but that's why she made light of it, right? She made like a funny joke out of a silly situation.
Erica has a look in her face. What's going on?
No, I don't think it's about whether Friends was funny or not. I think it was about the exchange between the two. And a lot of times people get real in their feelings about anything that's said derogatory about them or anything they've ever done. And I think she answered it correctly. You know, like she made light of it.
Yeah.
I don't see what the big deal is. Sorry, y'all.
Laughing about those residual checks coming in, yeah.
Exactly. So Tom Cruise, you guys, is at it again. A video of him standing on an airplane, is this real, is going viral. The stunt was for his new movie, Mission Impossible 7. Take a look.
As you can see, we are filming the latest installment of Mission Impossible. And right now we're over gorgeous Spider Canyon in stunning South Africa. And action! Let's see the movie.
Oh my gosh. It's not the first time Tom was attached to a plane that took off. He did it for Mission Impossible Rogue Nation back in 2014. This is bananas.
That's a movie star. And he is putting people back into those seats at the theater. He did it this summer. He crushed it. And that trailer is the best I've seen in a long time. It's not even a trailer. It's just a promotion.
Every time we played it, I can't believe today is so weird. I agree with Jeff. Everyone gasped. Like when you first saw it, Sam, you went, oh, as it tips backwards. That's what the movies used to do to people. In the dark with other people. It was a bonding moment. And he knows the value of that. And he single-handedly, although I hate Tom Cruise as a person, I really do. I hate Tom Cruise as a person. I love Tom Cruise.
What the man do to you?
He's on the left.
He's on
the right. Sorry. I ruined that joke.
He's on a whole other planet, for real.
Yeah, he hasn't seen his kids in years.
Yeah, it's a whole
talks
other
about it.
yeah.
I don't know why Tom Cruise
like
gets
that
a
man.
pass. I love Tom Cruise as an actor. But he is not seen, even though he's supposed to see his kids 10 days a month. I went down the rabbit hole because after I saw Top Gun, I was like, Tom Cruise, I love you. Then I was like, I wonder if there's anything besides Scientology that we don't talk about. And it showed that per his court agreement, 10 days a month, he's supposed to be with his kids. He hasn't seen them for 7 years.
Yeah, he doesn't speak of them. So I
can't imagine as a parent, Jeff.
But maybe, listen, maybe that's what he has to do to be Tom Cruise. He's got to give 100% of his time to his craft.
Yeah.
And we all come from different places that have different responsibilities and different ideologies about things. And that's what makes us different, right? I don't agree with him not seeing his kids. Erica's super pissed at me. I said that word again, and I probably can't say that.
But what a movie star. Not on social media, always delivers. Erica, what are you thinking?
I was just wondering if he had done something to Tori because she said she hated the man.
Yeah,
I was like, hate is a very strong word.
He gets a pass. Not only the children, there's certain behaviors that I've read in Vanity Fair and other credible sources.
Seems like a good point.
Oh, time to go. Show not a great thing, but great movie star. Great movie star.
You could differentiate the two.
I can differentiate the two.
Coming up on DBL, would you ever think to wash your toilet seat in the dishwasher? Well, I guess it's a thing. We're sharing some TikTok hacks that you probably didn't know already.
You guys don't wash your toilet seat?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
And then
Talking about
before,
TikTok
I'll do a
hacks.
quick discussion between each one.
Okay.
If you
Oh,
already
between
know,
each one.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Just
if you
quick,
already
though.
know it, just pretend like you haven't seen
Okay.
it.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
It's the same every time we have a list of stuff. Quick reactions in between.
I have a Roosevelt anecdote about that.
Okay.
Can't wait.
The toilet?
Let me just put this on.
But don't you going back to Tom Cruise,
Yeah.
and not him, I don't agree with obviously him not seeing his kids, but to be the best, to be the greatest there ever was at something, don't you think you have to sacrifice other things
I
in
don't
your
think
life?
it's because he's working. I think it's because of Scientology.
And so he maybe believe what he believes, and
I know, but
just because we
I-
think it's crazy, maybe
At the end of the day, those kids don't have a dad. So
Yeah.
that
hurts me as a normal human being. I try and put myself in his shoes and think, gosh, I can't imagine not seeing my child for 7 years because
So
of
we're
my
talking
religion.
about the two grown-up kids, by the way, with Nicole Kidman. They're full-on adults.
Surrey,
and Surrey.
He hasn't seen Surrey in 4 years.
So just that one.
Yeah, and the other kid's in 7 years. According to Vanity Fair. I went down the whole rabbit hole. I just saw Top Gun 2.
He was out with his son earlier, like a year ago, or whatever. His son Connor, he has a good relationship with.
He does?
Yeah, and the other one's married.
Huh. I don't know. I read a whole maybe my article was outdated.
Wasn't the story that the older kids didn't have a relationship with Nicole?
Nicole doesn't have a relationship too with him.
And
Well,
then
let me
Tom
see.
doesn't have a relationship with Surrey.
So when I watched Top Gun 2,
It's not good either way.
But I want to get my facts straight. When I watched Top Gun 2, I went down the rabbit hole about Tom Cruise and just some things that I had heard that Tori alluded to.
Yeah.
And the one article that popped up was from Vanity Fair. It could have been from like 2019, but it talked about him going against the court orders of seeing his kids, and that bothered me as a parent.
Of course.
But if my facts are wrong, please.
No,
I
there's more
would
about
like
there's
to
other
know.
stuff too in that video. DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-host, September 12th and 13th on DBL. Welcome back. We all love a good TikTok hack, but right now there's one that has people divided and disgusted. This cleaning hack suggests that you should clean your toilet seat in your dishwasher. Yeah, what do we all think about this?
First of all, there's other dishes in there, okay? That's it's a problem on its own, but there's a bowl in there.
You're absolutely right.
This is why my dad, Roosevelt, will always be like, don't be eating at other people's houses. For reasons like that.
Yeah, it's true. It makes me makes my mouth water because I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Because it's so savory?
No, when I'm about to throw up, saliva comes up.
Yeah. To protect the enamel on the teeth. She's absolutely right scientifically.
Oh, my land.
Sorry.
What do you mean to protect it? What about?
Saliva comes out extra because you're going to have acid come out.
Yeah, but it also comes out when you have a delicious meal that you really want to eat.
Salivating, different glands.
Yeah.
But we digress.
We digress. Okay, let's take a look at some other hacks that are a little less controversial. Did you know that many microwaves use numbers to control the sound? So on most microwaves, you can use 0, 1, or 2 in order to stop it from beeping. So all you have to do is open your microwave door, Tori.
Okay.
Hold one of these numbers for 5 seconds. Now try to press a button. You're not going to hear sound anymore.
Don't you want to hear a sound?
For like 5 seconds?
I don't need the sound.
How do you know it's
When it's
ready?
done.
I'm in the kitchen cooking. I know when it's ready.
I leave things in the microwave all the time
What?
because the thing will go off and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get that, and then at the end of dinner I'm like, oh, I forgot the beans.
You don't stovetop your beans?
Well, like the refried beans, I just put them from the can.
Zaps all their fiber and nutrition.
How much fiber and nutrition if they're already refried? Is there a lot of fiber?
I don't know. Ask the salivary glands expert over here.
Okay, do you struggle to pull drinks out of those plastic rings that they come in? Well, there's a plastic tab on the outside that you can pull to easily remove it.
I didn't know that. I just know they were supposed to take them because of the birds, right? And dolphins?
And turtles.
And turtles, excuse me, turtles, my bad.
Birds. Yeah, you better, if you see those rings on the ground, you pick it up, you break it apart.
That's right.
Do not let that just sit on the ground, break it apart, then throw it away.
That's right.
Pack your trash. That's a slogan in Santa Cruz. Pack your trash.
Okay.
Catchy.
Okay.
Scooping peanut butter out of the jar is a sticky mess. Try spinning the jar on its side for about 20 seconds, and then the peanut butter will move to the top. I can't wait to use this. Never heard of this before.
So it's centrifugal force that's forcing it to the front.
That's brilliant.
That's also a natural peanut butter, which
Yeah.
tends to be has a higher liquidity.
Yeah.
That's great then.
Right, but I'm saying, does it work for the one that doesn't have?
That's not working with Jiffy.
Yeah, like
Jiffy you don't need to do anything with. It just comes processed like that.
Okay.
The music with this is great.
Okay.
All right, Eric has a thing for Jiffy. Okay.
No, I was just pointing out natural peanut butters have a higher liquidity.
They do. It's a good thing. It's good fats. Okay, we all know getting a duvet cover, oh, I can't with this, can be a hassle. Okay, I can't. Here we go. So here's what you're gonna do. Lay the cover inside out on your bed with the zipper at the bottom. Then lay the duvet on top. Starting at the top, roll the cover and duvet to the bottom.
What?
Wrap the cover over both ends of the roll and then zip it shut. Now just unroll it back to the top. That sounds confusing.
Nah,
I'm
dog.
so confused.
Nah. First of all, duveting is a two-person job.
Yeah.
And it's for this reason, okay? Now just have one person, you both hold it, and then you drop it in, and then you pull it by the sides.
Yeah, you shake it.
I'm just telling you, I don't know what's going on over there.
What's up with the fitted sheet? I can never, I like a nice organized pantry. Or a linen closet rather. And a pantry, I like it organized too. But I can never fold my fitted sheet properly. My mom showed me a gazillion times. Hers is always perfect. I can't fold the fitted sheet. Can you? I bet you have a good fitted sheet hack.
We gotta go.
Oh, we'll be right back.
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verify viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
My goodness, welcome back. Did you know most older Americans have fewer friends now than when they were young? That's according to a recent survey of 2,000 adults. So over 55 who reported having just 4 friends, okay? Most of them admitted that their social circles had shrunk as they got older, but it's not all bad. Nearly all of those surveyed said it was never too late to make new lifelong friends.
4 friends is a lot of friends.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't know why you need more than 4.
You know that shirt says I like tacos and like 3 people? That's me. No, but I mean, I don't think you need, and you taught us this, you really helped me. A smaller circle is a better circle. It's a trust. I used to overshare.
I taught you that?
Yeah, I used to overshare. I'm telling people my social security and my scariest dreams.
Yeah, you did.
And they're like, I don't know who you are. I'm in the bathroom. Get away from me. You know, so I really I really want to work and evolve and grow carefully those friendships, because having too many is not right.
I still hold on to my friends from growing up. Like, I still have like 3 core friends that know me since preschool, and those are my bestest friends.
But how often do you speak with them?
I speak with them all the time, but I don't get to see them physically. Like Martine, you guys have met. She recently came and visited me, but other than that, it's all over phone.
But it's nice that you still text them.
But you're kind of similar. A lot of your friends are old school, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have some high school buddies, some college buddies, some LA buddies. You know, like they're all different groups, but all my small circle, it's all small circles, I could trust.
Yeah.
Right? And I could be who I want to be, and I could have conversations where no one's getting mad, even if we're on different sides. You can't have that conversation with a neighbor or a stranger, perhaps, or a new friend, because they're like, could you believe this guy likes popcorn? Like, whatever it is now, you know what I mean? Who knows? People are always mad at me for something.
I think male friendship dynamics and female friendship dynamics are definitely different. But also, there's this friendship coach. Her name's Danielle Bayard Jackson. I had her on my podcast. But she talked about how it's very normal for friendships to last on average about 7 years, especially if you are people who move to different cities and you are different versions of yourself. And so it's quite natural to like cycle in and out of friendship.
Yeah, it's like a beginning, middle, of an end to an arc of a story, and then you close that chapter and you move on to the other. I, as an adult, though, find it's hard to find, and I wonder if you guys agree, and you, outside of work.
I'm not part of you guys.
No, I meant female and male, because I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Outside of work, it is kind of difficult as an adult.
To find a new friend?
Kind of,
I think it's the trust, right? They probably don't trust you. You feel the same way about them, and it's like,
what is it?
Am I really going to have an honest conversation with this person that I really just met that might devour that friendship? Is that the right word?
Devour?
No.
Eat it up?
Devour? What's like a word like to
Divide?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's almost,
And the
we're almost
friendship.
done.
I think also there's a transactional nature to a lot of adult friendships because a lot of people do find friends at work and in like professional settings. So anytime anything's rooted in transaction, then once one of those value systems is diminished, then there goes the friendship.
That's fair. That's fair. It's difficult, I think. It's difficult to maintain. Like my mom's 75, and I remember her saying it's still tough trying to find. She's very lovely.
Speaking of finding, where do you get that taco and 3 friends shirt?
From Etsy.
All right, cool.
Well, here. I did.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag, because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariande Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our sources: North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color. According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance. Here's what does factor into the price: car make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Welcome back. We got some cool new comments from some new viewers. Risha, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, says, I just stumbled upon this gem of a new show, and Erica Cobb had me from the bro comment about Wimbledon. I appreciate the honesty and her relatable insight. Definitely a new viewer. Thank you, Erica.
That was the comment of the day.
Anne from Western New York says, I have to say that you have found a great group of hosts, given the topics. They speak intelligently. Whoa.
We speak good.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say, we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
DBL is all new every day.
Say what we made for this.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Holiday air travel tops pre-pandemic levels for the first time, while the drama in the skies stays the same. Would you move your seat for a family to sit together, or say, no way? Crazy videos you gotta see, like this epic tantrum at the US Open, and a grown man stealing a ball from a little girl at a baseball game. TikTok hacks that make you want to say, from washing your toilet seat in the dishwasher to silencing your microwave with the press of one button. Shut up! And Tom Cruise performs a death-defying airplane stunt for his new Mission Impossible movie.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane? This is a sham.
No.
Nope.
Just stop.
Finally here. Drum roll.
Oh my gosh, we're already arguing up here. Yes, we are.
Par for the course.
Par for the course, Erica says. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so holiday air travel is back, and for the first time since the beginning of the pandemic, more passengers traveled through airports this past weekend than Labor Day weekend in 2019. But here's what we really have to talk about. A man on Reddit has gone viral, and it sparked a very interesting debate. He was traveling alone, paid an extra amount, a premium fee for a premium seat in the front of the plane on a 10-hour flight from Greece. He was approached by a family of 4 who asked if if he could swap seats so that family could all sit together. Well, he refused to switch since he paid more for his seat. He said the mom then made a scene when he refused, even called him a bad name, according to him. But here's the question. Should he have swapped seats with the family? Jeff, you always have a big opinion when it comes to travel.
Let's get right into it, shall we? No, he should not switch seats, okay? I have a family, and this is a 10-hour flight that you paid extra for to have premium service. I have a family. I would do anything to sit next to my family, especially on a 10-hour flight. You have to prepare for that as a family. You go to the ticket agent, there are no more seats, there is nothing else we could do. You hit the ATM and you say, listen, here's some cash. I got to sit with my kids. I'm going to give you this money, right, for whatever the premium is. If you'd please switch with me. One, if he's in the aisle seat and you give him middle, that can't happen. You can't switch an aisle for a middle. Two, if you give him cash, it lightens the mood. And I hate the word refused. The mother got mad at this man for saying, hey, it's a 10-hour flight and I paid extra. No, the mother's in the wrong here.
But if, now let me follow.
No, final answer.
If right then and there they said to you, here, what's your Venmo? We'll Venmo you the difference. Would you have switched, or you'd rather still be in the front of the plane?
So same scenario, they're giving me cash?
Yeah, Venmo cash. Yeah, would you
Yeah, I just said that, yeah.
No, you gave me a scenario, but you didn't actually say if you would do it.
Yes, if I was by myself and it was a family and they go, here's $500, I would switch.
You would switch.
Yeah.
You'd go to the back of the plane.
Yeah,
Erica,
sure.
Would you?
This is a shocker. I agree with Jeff. I agree with Jeff. Like, let's write down the date. Here's the thing. This just happened to me.
We always agree.
Well, yeah, I would say.
We can't agree on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't agree on that. This just happened to me a couple months ago. So I had to buy a last-minute ticket because I didn't know that I was going to be able to join my family on this vacation. I had to pay premium, like way more than what my family had to pay in order to take this trip. I get on the flight, there's a couple, the guy is sitting in my seat. And he goes, oh, well, I want to sit next to my wife, so why don't you just take my seat?
Ew.
Now, his seat was also a seat that didn't have another seat in front of it, and I don't particularly like to fly with another seat in front of me. It's just one of my quirks, right? So I purposely didn't get that seat when I knew that this seat was available, which also meant that he got upgraded in order to get that seat, and I had paid double what he paid. And at that point, I'm standing there like, well, you're not really giving me any option here because you're already like having lunch on the plane next to your wife in my seat.
Ew.
And he just like, I was so hot the whole time, but I just took the seat because I'm like, well, I don't want to.
You took his seat.
I did take the seat because I didn't want to sit next to his wife who was going to have an attitude with me the whole time.
But still.
But it's wrong. Like, if you pay for a seat, then that's your seat. I would at any time give up my seat for a family if it wasn't the difference between the idea that I've just paid a premium, or someone from the airline should have gotten involved and been like, hey, they prioritize families. We're going to give you this stipend in order for you to sit in this seat.
What if it was a shorter flight? Would you consider it?
Yeah, to me, it's the 10 hours in Greece. No way! Again, mark the date. I'm with Erica and Jeff on this one.
I'm with all three.
I'm with all of us because at some point it's a transaction. I pay for this, you get that. You give me money, now we have a business transaction, totally different story.
If all things being equal, you guys were like literally in the same section that you paid for without the quirk that Erica Cobb is talking about, it would be a no-brainer.
But would you give up an aisle seat or a window seat for a middle seat?
No, I would not.
No,
Well, here's the other thing we're not talking about is the fact that it's an international flight. So if he's sitting in the first row, that means he's first to customs.
Exactly.
As opposed to 20 rows back. What if he had a connection?
Right, yeah.
500 will do the trick.
I don't know.
Give me 500. You could.
What if it was $1,500 to sit to the front of the plane?
I don't know, 500 cash. 500 cash in people's face will do a lot. That's all I'm saying.
Wave it in their face.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, speaking of cash, speaking of air travel as well, check out what happened to passengers on a recent flight to Vegas. So a man handed out $100 bills to
See what I'm saying?
Board. Listen to everyone cheering. Do you hear them cheering? So what would you do with the extra cash? So you land in Vegas, do you gamble it? Do you say, nope, I'm going to go ahead and pay my AT&T phone bill? What you going to do?
No, I put that 100 on black. at the roulette table.
Yes,
Yeah.
Erica. What about you?
See, I would be like, hey, who wants to do this? And I get on the microphone and be like, we're going to get 4 winners because I don't want 100. I want to double down. So if there's 200 people, each winner gets $5,000, and you just pick random seat numbers. That's how I want to throw down.
You would?
I don't want the 100. I want 5,000.
So you would take what?
Yeah. Did you see my philosophy there?
Yeah, I love it.
What if nobody wanted to give up their $100 for Jeff's high stakes gambling?
That's the caveat.
I would. What would you do with the money?
I would honestly feel it was divine intervention. I was on that plane, and it's divine intervention to gamble it, but I am a slot girl.
Me too.
So I would get it in pennies and spend an afternoon or an evening.
Yes.
You don't actually need to put pennies in the slot, child.
Okay.
You could just put the whole $100 bill in.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Right.
You were going to cash in for a bag of pennies?
Oh, God, that's...
Wow.
I'm new to Vegas.
So which slot machine do you play? Because I'm
Wheel of Fortune
1,000% committed to Wheel of Fortune. In fact, I recently went to Black Hawk. It's kind of like our Vegas here in Colorado.
Sure is.
There's one Wheel of Fortune machine that's quarters. They have some penny ones. I don't do the penny ones. Sorry, no offense, Tori.
No worries.
But I waited for that quarter machine, no joke, for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I perused, I staked. As soon as that lady got up, I slid right in.
You're a lurker.
Yeah.
Of course I'm a lurker. There's one machine.
Also,
I get
priming
pissed.
that machine.
Like when I'm out of money and the lurker comes in. Oh, I can't?
I don't think so.
Oh, I get
Ticked.
Well, I already said it. I get angry. Well, listen, if you know me, there is no happy on the show. I'm always mad about something. But when someone comes in, I'm out of money, I'll look. And if they win, I hate you.
It's your machine.
Yeah.
Machine.
And I don't know why I waste my time looking, but I'll stick around for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll stick around the seat as well. Coming up on DBL, a major tantrum. Is it Jeff at the U.S. Open? Is this kind of behavior ever acceptable from an athlete? And a new law in California is aiming to raise the minimum wage for fast food workers. We'll tell you how much they could be making soon.
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
We're talking about why we like the Wheel of Fortune slot machine. Fortune!
If I put $100 in and I don't get a spin, it's like I want to leave Vegas. But if I get like 2 or 3 spins, I'm like, that was so worth it.
Even if I make only $20.
It's so good.
I love dopamine of the sound of the bright lights. I'm like, there's a ring, a circle.
Oh, and then you got to hit it.
All of the money you could possibly win just by spinning the wheel.
Psychological.
It is.
You get to touch the button.
There's not enough at Black Hawk.
Are you saying
There's
button?
one.
They need more.
One Wheel of Fortune machine.
Where did you go to?
Monarch.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's other ones where there's like more,
I need
but
to
a lot
find
of
out.
them are penny ones.
So are the ones they have 1 quarter. I like the bigger stakes. If they had the dollar one, I'd play the dollar.
I did.
Oh, go ahead.
When my husband and I were in Vegas like last year, and I had won like $100 on craps. We play craps a lot. So I'm like, I'm gonna take this $200 and I'm gonna put it in this high roller. I never do high roller slots. I hit it the 4th time and I won $1,000 at Caesars.
Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, it was what was it?
Did it ding, 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 and then you got to do the spin?
Good.
It was no. It must have been 2. I did 2 spins or 2 things, and I won $1,000.
must have felt so good.
Yeah, and it was something where it's like, put your money
Do you know there
in.
used to be?
Promise me you'll try Willy
There used
Wonka
to be
next time you're in Vegas.
an-
Okay, I used to be a Wheel of Fortune only. Willy Wonka, there's way more spins. There's way more. There's like 10.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-host, September 12th and 13th on DBL. Still talking about Vegas over here. Welcome back. Here's a very sobering thought for you. A new study says that for a third of Americans working a full-time job year-round, it is not enough to cover necessities like rent, groceries, and other basic expenses. So now California has signed a new law aimed at making life easier for fast food workers. The bill would cap minimum wage for these workers at $22 an hour, which works out to be around $43,000 a year. So would you be willing to pay more for your Happy Meal, per se, if you knew the worker was getting paid a living wage? You're shaking your head.
Absolutely, absolutely. They don't make enough, right? And it's supposed to be a lesson for like younger kids, but people make this is their careers, right? And we have to look at it like that. I don't know how minimum wage goes up for everything else. Like if you look at a curve of inflation, it goes like that. Why isn't everything like that? All jobs across the board, not just food workers, are like this since the 80s. But inflation is whatever letter that is.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And may I add, we could raise it 20%, so a $5 burger is a $7 burger. Perhaps the millionaire CEO at the top could take maybe one bonus off and perhaps give it to the people that scrub the floors. That might be a thing. I also just want to say, low-income families working full-time, to make up the difference from where the cost of benefits are, they would need an additional, and this shocked me, $23,500.
Wow.
So the difference isn't a little bit of money. It's an enormous amount for things like health care and just basic needs. So I just wanted to make that
clear.
clear.
So they're getting further and further in debt every year.
Super further, yeah.
Erica, would you pay more?
I would absolutely pay more, but the truth is, we think that people who work certain jobs as a society don't deserve to make enough money to live.
Yes.
And on top of it, people have the audacity to go in and abuse them on top of that, which is the reason why when you go into like a lot of fast food restaurants now, or you're in a drive-through, or any job that isn't paying like at least the poverty line, you're waiting forever because all of a sudden there have been other opportunities for people to make money. So they don't want to work at these places because people are out there abusing them.
The dignity's not there.
Something has to give. And if that means that they are making more, which they need to make more anyway, then we are going to be responsible for that in some way or another.
Well said. Well, speaking of expensive things, how much do you think it costs for a family of 4 to visit Universal Studios theme park in Florida? Check out this viral video. A mom from Britain posted a TikTok showing all the costs her family racked up for their visit, including parking, drinks, lunch, ice cream, and a coffee. It looks like they all had a great time, of course, but guess how much it cost them? The total for the day, $1,100. The tickets and the fast passes were by far the most expensive items. Before we discuss, Tori, compare it to, I know you have some details on comparing it to other popular theme parks.
Totally. And again, this isn't with hotels or anything. This is just a day at the park with rides, okay? Universal Studios for a family of 4, about $1,113.
We just did that.
Cool. Disney World, I was like, did we just do that? Disney World, about $817.
Whoa, Disney World's cheaper?
Cheaper. Huh. Six Flags in Los Angeles, about $918.
No, not if you go pick up the Coke can at the Albertsons next door. You get $15 off. Okay. Back when I used to ride.
Well, so problem solved.
$950
ticket. $15 off per ticket. That adds up. Go ahead.
Well,
I don't know how I was going to follow that.
I was just going to say, and just so you guys know, this is not just like this is also art museums and science museums and things that kids are supposed to be able to see. In New York, it's a whole class system, can't get in. In DC, every Smithsonian museum is free. And I'm so proud of that because in New York, you want to show a kid art, they can't. It's for a family of 4. That's a whole day.
It's not only that. Those are the big ones that people save up for, and I don't know how you afford that on an average income, right? If we just went to like a little theme park, not a theme park, a little carnival, a pop-up carnival. We weren't halfway through the carnival, and I was down $100.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you want to throw a thing and pick up a duck? $20. I'm like, he's picking up a duck for a flute. And they're like, well, you got to pay separate for the kids. So it's $40 for a plastic flute.
Ridiculous.
And the kids are like, yeah. I'm like, I wanted to strangle this guy. He robbed me.
Yeah, it's true. Every time we play those, like carnival games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. They'll be like, here's $20, here's a bucket of balls, and then you win a prize that's easily 10 cents. Like the prize is 10 cents.
Yeah, and you can't ever win. You're not getting that ball in wherever.
They make them too small sometimes, I feel.
Yeah.
I do feel that way. Sorry.
All right. Coming up on DBL, a grown adult is caught on camera stealing a baseball from a little girl. What? Would you do anything if you saw this happen in front of you?
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verified viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. We don't usually talk about sports on our show, but there are a couple of viral videos that we have to discuss. Check out this video. Last night, an Australian tennis player took out his frustration after losing his U.S. Open quarterfinal match by destroying not one, but two of his tennis rackets. Take a look at the damage after his meltdown. Wow. What do you think about his outburst, Jeff? And should there be a punishment for that?
Yeah, there should, because little kids are looking up to this guy, and this guy's an up-and-coming tennis player. Like, his name's on the map, and this is kind of his MO. He kind of gets angry and gets mad about people on airplanes and things like that. Oh, no, that's me.
Oh, wait.
No, but this is what he does, right? So I don't know how much of that is him or how much of that he gets attention for his bad behavior.
So I'm with Jeff.
Right.
Nick Kyrgios. I hope I'm saying that right.
I think
Emily.
so, yeah.
And his whole thing is I'm the new McEnroe, and he's yelling at the other players and kind of getting strategy. But he also yelled at the ump during not this night, the other night, and said, "There's this marijuana smell, and I need it to stop, and I'm breathing it in, and it slows the game down, and it changes the rhythm." But also, we're talking about him. So for endorsements, if you're not great, you got this attitude, maybe someone picks you up.
All right. Well, next up, another U.S. Open video, only this time it has nothing to do with tennis. A YouTube star thought it would be funny to get a haircut while watching the match. He was quickly removed by security. Well, back in July, he was banned from Wimbledon for life, by the way, after blowing an air horn during a match. Erica?
Bro. Why?
This is so stupid.
We just were allowed there. Now you're going to do something like that? Honestly. I mean, seriously.
That was funny.
Come on. I'm being for real. And on top of it, it's just super unsanitary. Like, what?
And the air horn, how rude when those people like poured their blood, sweat, and tears. They're performing. That would startle anybody. An air horn.
And also, for your podcast with Al dying for likes, this is all just for likes? Like, what are you doing this for? To be a jerk?
Thank you for that.
That was a shameless plug right there.
Here's the $20.
Wow. Follow me on Instagram. Well, I'm in tennis. What are you going to do?
Our last video is from Major League Baseball. A grown man is caught on camera stealing a ball from a young girl. Yeah, you see the player throwing the ball directly to the kids before the grown man jumps in front of it. The girl's dad posted the video to Twitter, and the team says they're going to send her something special anyway.
I say that girl was in the middle of having a core memory. You know, when you're young and your brain's growing, and you're at a baseball field and you're right there, and the grass is green and the sky is blue, and you can remember this vividly.
It was a night game.
And no, it wasn't. And the ball was Twilight, and the crickets are chirping, and she goes to reach, and some guy comes and steals it, and it's like what America could be.
What would you
baseball.
do if you saw that happen?
I'd be like, hey, jerk.
You got to call him out.
You got to call him out because you got a whole stadium that's behind you there. Hey, jerk.
Okay. Okay.
What would
no,
you say?
because grown butt people do this all the time. First of all, it wasn't even a ball that was in the play of game. So there's nothing special about this ball for a grown person. Okay. This is a practice ball. He's specifically throwing it to the children, and this knucklehead's gonna come and swipe the ball for what? You gonna make up some story about how you got the ball, you caught it in the game-winning home run? Like
he steals from children. Why not lie?
He's a loser.
Yeah, he'll lie. He'll lie. What would you do if you were sitting right behind?
I would call him out. If that was my kid, do you know how much that means to that kid to catch that ball? Erica's right. They were just warming up with that ball, and that guy snagged it. I don't mind that he caught it. Maybe it was a better thing that he caught it. Give it to the kid.
Exactly.
Give it to the little kid. What kind of person are you that you steal a ball from a little kid? What does that say for your life? You're definitely not returning your shopping cart. You don't put your signal on. You know what I mean? You're definitely not doing those things. This is just a sign of who this jerk is.
This is the person hoarding the toilet paper during the pandemic. That's the same person.
Exact same guy.
It is. Yes, it is. Coming up on DBL, Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between herself and her family. How do you handle differences with the people in your life?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariante Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our sources: North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color.
According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance.
Here's what does factor into the price: car make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
No time to run, no games. Your time has come to
DBL is all new every day.
6 years.
Oh gosh, that song is stuck in my head.
I know. It's great. Yes, Tori. Okay, so a lot of comments about the baseball thief. Donnie says that man should not only be kicked out, he should be banned from that stadium for life for doing something like that. Julia says, I hope that guy that took the ball away from that little girl finds out what bad karma is. Do you think he's watching it on the news right now or going viral and he's like ashamed?
I'm telling you, those type of people, they don't care.
They have no
They don't
shame.
care. They don't. All they care about is themselves, and they don't care what anyone else thinks.
I also think this happens a lot. Like,
Yeah, it happens,
this happens a lot at stadiums. Like,
that's why people boo.
Yeah, the jerks.
It's always men. It is. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailybuslive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead.
Yeah, Sam was unnecessary. I'm just saying that. Yeah, Sam.
Does the beeping on your microwave drive you crazy? How you can silence it for good, plus a few other hacks you can keep up your sleeve. And Tom Cruise does a wild airplane stunt on set of his Mission Impossible movie. Does this guy have any fear at all?
Women couldn't do that.
Let me take you back in time when student loan repayments first went on pause for federal borrowers because of the pandemic and all the economic shutdown that came with it. March 13th, 2020.
The Department of Education says nearly 500,000 borrowers continued paying their loans through the pause, though. Social media posts like these have been shared thousands of times, claiming those folks can now ask for a refund. So let's verify. Can you get a refund if you paid student loans during the payment pause? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Education and the Office of Federal Student Aid. The answer is yes, but there's more to it. The Department of Education explains on its website that ever since the payment pause went into effect in March of 2020, people have been able to request refunds for money they continued to pay. A refund, though, is not the same as loan forgiveness. However much money you get back is re-added to the total amount of money you owe. For example, if you had a total of $10,000 in federal student loan debt and paid $5,000 toward that for the past few years, despite the pause, you can request a refund for that $5,000. That brings the amount you owe, though, back to $10,000. However, if you qualify for the Student Loan Forgiveness Program, you can keep the $5,000 refund and then get that $10,000 forgiven.
To request a refund for any amount paid during the repayment pause, contact your loan servicer. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
DBL is kicking off our Season 6 premiere on September 12th with the one and only Jerry Springer.
My wife is saying now they should start chanting your address so you know how to get home.
The talk show legend will be joining us live on the panel as our special guest co-host. Don't miss a day with Jerry.
Jerry.
September 12th and 13th on DBL.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane? This is a sham.
No.
Nope.
Y'all, just
It's
stop.
finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. I feel like the story is either going to hit a nerve or a lot of people will relate, and maybe it'll be cathartic somehow. I hope. So Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between her and her family. I know a lot of people watching can relate to this. Speaking to Vogue, Jennifer said, the rift started during the 2016 presidential election and only got bigger after abortion rights were overturned this past summer. She said she's worked hard to forgive and try to understand her right-leaning dad and family who live in Kentucky, and said it's hard because the information they're getting is completely different. Okay, so I know that a lot of people watching can relate. How do they deal with political differences within family? How do you deal with that? Tori.
Why? Go.
This is your jam.
Well, I think it's really difficult, and I think people have lost in touch, and I think they've lost family members. I certainly have. But what's interesting to me is she followed that up with, I'm trying, at least with my family, to see two different sides of views. And I am too. I have 2 ears and 1 mouth. I got to listen more, unless it's not based in reality, in which there's a difference. However, she also went on to say, I can't bleep with anyone who's not political or invested in any way. And I really understand that, because to me, politics is like human rights. So if you're not invested in that, like, I don't get it. And I don't know how to work with you and talk with you. But I think that she speaks for everybody, don't you think? Somewhere, someone's got to have an uncle that vastly disagrees with them. How do you have a moral conversation?
What if it's your father? What would you do, Erica?
Honestly, I don't even know, and I'm very grateful I don't, because that's got to be
so
really hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because we are the first generation where we're really breaking that mold of we don't talk about money, politics, or religion, and we're seeing the fallout of that. But I think that it's fallout that was inevitable, and I think that the fallout is good, because how do you really connect with anyone if you're not really speaking your values?
Right.
You know, I think a lot of people realize that they were in households with people who they were not aligned with on a fundamental level, and that's created issues like this. So I don't know. This is going to be like a case study in real time of how this all works out.
Jeff?
I don't know. Why are we forced to show your colors or show what side you're on? Because if you have two sides, because I like things on the right, I like things on the left, but people don't want to hear that. They want to hear you're with me or you're not. That's all they want to hear. People don't want to talk. I want to talk about sports. But you don't want to talk about that. But when you bring up politics, I have to give you an answer. I don't know why we're like that in society. And what if she had chosen the side of her father? I don't know if she'd be working in Hollywood right now. I don't know if she'd have her movie right now. So if you're in Hollywood, and this is Hollywood specific, it might be other places too, you can't share if you're on the right side of things. If she shares she's on the right side of things, she is no longer getting those movie roles, because the directors of that, the people at the top, are so on the left that they're like, I don't want to deal with you. And it's gotten so divided that we can't even have a conversation. It's just, you're out because you're not with me. And that's where we're at. And that's why I don't like talking about politics at all, because I'm going to upset you in some way, even if I'm trying to make a point that has to deal with my children growing up.
I like that she brought up what her parents watch, because in my family, we are definitely on all different sides of the political spectrum. I'm very progressive. Some of my family members are not, and that has caused differences in opinion. But when we sit down and unpack it, because at the end of the day, for me, it would be really hard to get along with someone or respect their values if it leads to their oppression. What's that famous quote that you always say? Both of you say it.
You can disagree with me as long as it doesn't, it's not rooted in your own oppression.
Exactly.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. But when I sit down and have conversations with people and they understand it, and on the flip side, when they have conversations with me and I understand it, we end up agreeing. So I really do think, depending on what you watch, whether it's Fox News or CNN or whatever it may be, it really is shaping and aiding to this divisiveness in our country. Now, I'm not going to say all people. Some people really are prejudiced. Some people really are racist, and they are that. But I would say the majority of people on both sides of the aisle, if they were to sit down and talk about it without politics influencing their opinion, I bet we would agree on a lot of things.
I think it also has a lot to do with the idea that some of these issues aren't seen as political because they're just talking about human rights issues,
That's what
right? So
issue,
in this article, or the article before, it talked about having an abortion
and a miscarriage.
Right.
And she had to have an abortion because of her miscarriage.
Right.
It was the treatment for it.
Exactly, because that is the treatment for miscarriages.
And now that's illegal in certain places.
Yeah, but then if you are, and I think a lot of people are having this issue, because you might have someone like your father who's saying, well, I'm glad that Roe versus Wade was overturned at the family dinner table with their daughter sitting right there who had an abortion. You know, so
but
it's
I wonder if she then had a conversation with him, because again, he might just be spewing and regurgitating talking points. But then if she looked at him and said, listen, I had to have an abortion because of X, Y, and Z, I would hope that father would be like, whoa, I never even thought of it that way. I mean, I would hope.
You would hope, but she also has a power dynamic that most young girls or women are not going to have in that situation. Because big bank always takes little bank.
But if you had this situation, final thought, I know we got to move, and you reversed it, right? Her dad was blue and she was red, and she said she didn't get an abortion or whatever, just the complete opposite. Nobody would print that article. And if they did, she would be out of a job.
Yeah, you're right. There's a big double standard. You're right.
Because, and I like the Bears, and the Packers are their rival. I don't say never talk to me again because you're a Packers fan and get out of my life. But you know what I mean? It's like, why can't we just use sports as an example?
Because the stakes are so much higher for me politically, because it's about bodies and people's rights.
Football's life. Yeah, see, there you go. Thanks for the tension breaker, too. All right.
That was Chris, our executive producer. Okay, so Courtney Cox is coming for Kanye West. Over the weekend, one of Kanye's old tweets resurfaced where he said he didn't think the TV show Friends was funny. Kanye clarified that he didn't write the tweet, but wished he had. Courtney took issue with that and posted a response on Instagram. Watch. In the caption, she wrote, "I bet the old Kanye thought Friends was funny."
I think it's a clever response because a lot of people think Kanye's music in the beginning was the best, right? And it was way better than it is now. So I think her response is clever. And I always say, if you're clever in your response, no matter what you're saying, I'm okay with it.
He's right. If you do something stupid and you do a good sketch on SNL, you can turn that thing right around if you have a good response. And Courtney Cox is a good follow on Instagram. Very funny. Good videos. That was a good little response.
Yeah.
What if Kanye didn't think Friends was funny? Maybe he didn't relate to it.
Yeah, but that's why she made light of it, right? She made like a funny joke out of a silly situation.
Erica has a look in her face. What's going on?
No, I don't think it's about whether Friends was funny or not. I think it was about the exchange between the two. And a lot of times people get real in their feelings about anything that's said derogatory about them or anything they've ever done. And I think she answered it correctly. You know, like she made light of it.
Yeah.
I don't see what the big deal is. Sorry, y'all.
Laughing about those residual checks coming in, yeah.
Exactly. So Tom Cruise, you guys, is at it again. A video of him standing on an airplane, is this real, is going viral. The stunt was for his new movie, Mission Impossible 7. Take a look.
As you can see, we are filming the latest installment of Mission Impossible. And right now we're over gorgeous Spider Canyon in stunning South Africa. And action! Let's see the movie.
Oh my gosh. It's not the first time Tom was attached to a plane that took off. He did it for Mission Impossible Rogue Nation back in 2014. This is bananas.
That's a movie star. And he is putting people back into those seats at the theater. He did it this summer. He crushed it. And that trailer is the best I've seen in a long time.
But he is not seen, even though he's supposed to see his kids 10 days a month. I went down the rabbit hole because after I saw Top Gun, I was like, Tom Cruise, I love you. And then I was like, I wonder if there's anything besides Scientology that we don't talk about. And it showed that per his court agreement, 10 days a month, he's supposed to be with his kids. He hasn't seen them for 7 years.
Yeah, he doesn't speak of them. So I
can't imagine as a parent, Jeff.
But maybe, listen, maybe that's what he has to do to be Tom Cruise. He's got to give 100% of his time to his craft.
Yeah.
And we all come from different places that have different responsibilities and different ideologies about things. And that's what makes us different, right? I don't agree with him not seeing his kids. Erica's super pissed at me. I said that word again, and I probably can't say that.
But what a movie star. Not on social media, always delivers. Erica, what are you thinking?
I was just wondering if he had done something to Tori because she said she hated the man.
Yeah,
I was like, hate is a very strong word.
Not only the children, there's certain behaviors that I've read in Vanity Fair and other credible sources.
Seems like a good point.
Oh, time to go. Show not a great thing, but great movie star. Great movie star.
You could differentiate the two.
I can differentiate the two.
Coming up on DBL, would you ever think to wash your toilet seat in the dishwasher? What? Well, I guess it's a thing. We're sharing some TikTok hacks that you probably didn't know already.
You guys don't wash your toilet seat?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
And then
Talking about
before,
TikTok
I'm gonna
hacks.
click this button between each one.
Okay.
If you
Oh,
already
between
know,
each one.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Just
if you
quick,
already
though.
know it, just pretend like you haven't seen
Okay.
it.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
It's the same every time we have a list of stuff. Quick reactions in between.
I have a Roosevelt anecdote about that.
Okay.
Wait.
The toilet?
Let me just put this in.
But don't you going back to Tom Cruise and not him? I don't agree with obviously him not seeing his kids, but to be the best, to be the greatest there ever was at something. Don't you think you have to sacrifice other things in your
I don't
life?
think it's because he's working. I think it's because of Scientology.
And so he maybe believe what he believes and
I know, but
just because we think it's crazy, maybe.
At the end of the day, those kids don't have a dad, so
Yeah.
that hurts me as a normal human being. I try and put myself in his shoes and think, gosh, I can't imagine not seeing my child for 7 years because
So we're
of my
talking
religion.
about the 2 grown-up kids, by the way, with Nicole Kidman. They're full-on adults.
Surrey,
and Surrey.
He hasn't seen Surrey in 4 years.
So just that one.
Yeah, and the other kid's in 7 years, according to Vanity Fair. I went down the whole rabbit hole. I just saw Top Gun 2.
He was out with his son earlier, like a year ago, whatever. His son
Oh.
Connor, he has a good relationship with.
He does?
Yeah, and the other one's married.
Huh. I don't know. I read a whole maybe my article
Now,
was
wasn't
outdated.
the story that the older kids didn't have a relationship with Nicole?
Nicole doesn't have a relationship too with him.
And
Well,
then
let me
Tom
see.
doesn't have a relationship with Surrey.
So when I watched Top Gun 2,
It's not good either way.
It's yeah, but I want to get my facts straight. When I watched Top Gun 2, I went down the rabbit hole about Tom Cruise and just some things that I had heard that Tori alluded to.
Yeah.
And the one article that popped up was from Vanity Fair. It could have been from like 2019, but it talked about him going against the court orders of seeing his kids, and that bothered me as a parent.
Of course,
But if my facts are wrong, please,
No,
I
there's more
would
about
like
there's
to
other
know.
stuff too in that video.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-host, September 12th and 13th on DBL. Welcome back. We all love a good TikTok hack, but right now there's one that has people divided and disgusted. This cleaning hack suggests that you should clean your toilet seat in your dishwasher. Yeah, what do we all think about this?
First of all, there's other dishes in there, okay? That's I mean, it's a problem on its own, but there's a bowl in there.
You're absolutely right.
This is why my dad, Roosevelt, will always be like, don't be eating at other people's houses. For reasons like that.
Yeah, it's true. It makes me makes my mouth water because I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Because it's so savory?
No, when I'm about to throw up, it's like it makes your saliva comes up.
Yeah.
Ugh,
To protect the
gross.
enamel on the teeth, she's absolutely right scientifically.
Oh, my land.
Sorry.
What do you mean to protect it? What about?
Saliva comes out extra because you're going to have acid come out.
Yeah, but it also comes out when you have a delicious meal that you really want to eat.
Salivating, different glands.
Yeah.
But we digress.
We digress. Okay, let's take a look at some other hacks that are a little less controversial. Did you know that many microwaves use numbers to control the sound? So on most microwaves, you can use 0, 1, or 2 in order to stop it from beeping. So all you have to do is open your microwave door, Tori.
Okay.
Hold one of these numbers for 5 seconds. Now try to press a button. You're not going to hear sound anymore.
Don't you want to hear a sound?
For like 5 seconds.
I don't need the sound.
How do you know it's
When it's
ready?
done.
I'm in the kitchen cooking. I know when it's ready.
I leave things in the microwave all the time
What?
because the thing will go off and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get that, and then at the end of dinner I'm like, oh, I forgot the beans.
You don't stovetop your beans?
Well, like the refried beans, I just put them in from the can.
Zaps all their fiber and nutrition.
How much fiber and nutrition if they're already refried? Is there a lot of fiber?
I don't know. Ask the salivary glands expert over here.
Okay, do you struggle to pull drinks out of those plastic rings that they come in? Well, there's a plastic tab on the outside that you can pull to easily remove it.
I didn't know that. I just know they were supposed to take them because of the birds, right? And dolphins?
And turtles.
And turtles, excuse me, turtles, my bad.
Birds. Yeah, you better, if you see those rings on the ground, you pick it up, you break it apart.
That's right.
Do not let that just sit on the ground, break it apart, then throw it away.
That's right.
Pack your trash. That's a slogan in Santa Cruz. Pack your trash.
Okay.
Catchy.
Scooping peanut butter out of the jar is a sticky mess. Try spinning the jar on its side for about 20 seconds, and then the peanut butter will move to the top. I can't wait to use this. Never heard of this before.
So it's centrifugal force that's forcing it to the front.
That's brilliant.
That's also a natural peanut butter, which
Yeah.
tends to be has a higher liquidity.
Yeah.
That's great then.
Right,
If
but
it
I'm
works
saying,
for
does
that,
it work for
It's not-
the
it's-
one that doesn't have?
That's not working with Jiffy.
Yeah, like
Maybe you don't need to do anything with. It just comes processed like that.
okay.
The music with this is great.
Okay.
All right. Eric has a thing for Jiffy. Okay.
No, I was just pointing out natural peanut butters have a higher liquidity.
They do. It's a good thing.
It's good fats. Okay, we all know getting a duvet cover, oh, I can't with this, can be a hassle. Okay, I can't. Here we go. So here's what you're gonna do. Lay the cover inside out on your bed with the zipper at the bottom. Then lay the duvet on top. Starting at the top, roll the cover and duvet to the bottom.
What?
Wrap the cover over both ends of the roll and then zip it shut. Now just unroll it back to the top. That sounds confusing.
Nah,
I'm
dog.
so confused.
Nah. First of all, duveting is a two-person job, and it's for this reason, okay? Now just have one person, you both hold it, and then you drop it in, and then you pull it by the sides.
Yeah, you shake it.
I'm just telling you, I don't know what's going on over there.
What's up with the fitted sheet? I can never, I like a nice organized pantry. or a linen closet rather. And a pantry, I like it organized too. But I can never fold my fitted sheet properly. My mom showed me a gazillion times. Hers is always perfect. I can't fold the fitted sheet. Can you? I bet you have a good fitted sheet hack.
We gotta go.
Oh, we'll be right back.
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verified viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
My goodness, welcome back. Did you know most older Americans have fewer friends now than when they were young? That's according to a recent survey of 2,000 adults. So over 55 who reported having just 4 friends, okay? Most of them admitted that their social circles had shrunk as they got older, but it's not all bad. Nearly all of those surveyed said it was never too late to make new lifelong friends.
4 friends is a lot of friends.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't know why you need more than 4.
You know that shirt says I like tacos and like 3 people? That's me. No, but I mean, I don't think you need, and you taught us this, you really helped me. A smaller circle is a better circle. It's a trust. I used to overshare.
I taught you that?
Yeah, I used to overshare. I'm telling people my social security and my scariest dreams.
Yeah, you did.
And they're like, I don't know who you are. I'm in the bathroom. Get away from me. You know, so I really I really want to work and evolve and grow carefully those friendships, because having too many is not right.
I still hold on to my friends from growing up. Like, I still have like 3 core friends that know me since preschool, and those are my bestest friends.
But how often do you speak with them?
I speak with them all the time, but I don't get to see them physically. Like Martine, you guys have met. She recently came and visited me, but other than that, it's all over phone.
But it's nice that you still text them.
But you're kind of similar. A lot of your friends are old school, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have some high school buddies, some college buddies, some LA buddies. You know, like they're all different groups, but all my small small circle, it's all small circles, I could trust.
Yeah.
Right? And I could be who I want to be, and I could have conversations where no one's getting mad, even if we're on different sides. You can't have that conversation with a neighbor or a stranger,
Or a new
perhaps.
friend sometimes.
Or a new friend, because they're like, could you believe this guy likes popcorn? Like, whatever it is now, you know what I mean? Who knows? People are always mad at me for something.
I think male friendship dynamics and female friendship dynamics are definitely different. But also, there's this friendship coach. Her name's Danielle Bayard Jackson. I had her on my podcast. But she talked about how it's very normal for friendships to last on average about 7 years, especially if you are people who move to different cities and you are different versions of yourself. And so it's quite natural to like cycle in and out of friendship.
Yeah, it's like a beginning, middle of an end to an arc of a story, and then you close that chapter and you move on to the other. I, as an adult, though, find it's hard to find, and I wonder if you guys agree, and you, outside of work.
I'm not part of you guys.
No, I meant female and male, because I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Outside of work, it is kind of difficult as an adult.
To find a new friend?
Kind of,
I think it's the trust, right? They probably don't trust you. You feel the same way about them, and it's like, what is this? Am I really going to have an honest conversation with this person that I really just met that might devour that friendship? Is that the right word?
Devour? Eat it up?
Devour? What's like a word like to
Divide?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's almost,
And the
we're almost
friendship.
done.
I think also there's a transactional nature to a lot of adult friendships because a lot of people do find friends at work and in like professional settings. So anytime anything's rooted in transaction, then once one of those value systems is diminished, then there goes the friendship.
That's fair. That's fair. It's difficult, I think. It's difficult to maintain. Like my mom's 75, and I remember her saying it's still tough trying to find. She's very lovely.
Speaking of finding, where do you get that taco and 3 friends shirt?
From Etsy.
All right, cool.
Well, here. I did.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag, because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our source is North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color.
According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance.
Here's what does factor into the price: car, make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verified, I'm Megan Bragg.
Welcome back. We got some cool new comments from some new viewers. Risha, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, says, I just stumbled upon this gem of a new show, and Erica Cobb had me from the bro comment about Wimbledon. I appreciate the honesty and her relatable insight. Definitely a new viewer. Thank you, Erica.
That was the comment of the day.
Anne from Western New York says, I have to say that you have found a great group of hosts. Given the topics, they speak intelligently. Well,
we speak good.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time's come today. Just stopping by and say, we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
DBL is all new every day.
Say what we made for. We're made for this.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Holiday air travel tops pre-pandemic levels for the first time, while the drama in the skies stays the same. Would you move your seat for a family to sit together, or say, no way? Crazy videos you gotta see, like this epic tantrum at the US Open, and a grown man stealing a ball from a little girl at a baseball game. TikTok hacks that make you want to say, from washing your toilet seat in the dishwasher to silencing your microwave with the press of one button. Shut up! And Tom Cruise performs a death-defying airplane stunt for his new Mission Impossible movie.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane? This is a sham.
No.
Nope.
Yeah, just
It's
stop.
finally here. Drum roll.
Oh my gosh, we're already arguing up here. Yes, we are.
Par for the course.
Par for the course, Erica says. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so holiday air travel is back, and for the first time since the beginning of the pandemic, more passengers traveled through airports this past weekend than Labor Day weekend in 2019. But here's what we really have to talk about. A man on Reddit has gone viral, and it sparked a very interesting debate. He was traveling alone, paid an extra amount, a premium fee for a premium seat in the front of the plane on a 10-hour flight from Greece. He was approached by a family of 4 who asked if he could swap seats so that family could all sit together. Well, he refused to switch since he paid more for his seat. He said the mom then made a scene when he refused, even called him a bad name, according to him. But here's the question. Should he have swapped seats with the family? Jeff, you always have a big opinion when it comes to travel.
Let's get right into it, shall we? No, he should not switch seats, okay? I have a family, and this is a 10-hour flight that you paid extra for to have premium service. I have a family. I would do anything to sit next to my family, especially on a 10-hour flight. You have to prepare for that as a family. You go to the ticket agent, there are no more seats, there is nothing else we could do. You hit the ATM and you say, listen, here's some cash. I got to sit with my kids. I'm going to give you this money, right, for whatever the premium is. If you'd please switch with me. One, if he's in the aisle seat and you give him middle, that can't happen. You can't switch an aisle for a middle. 2, if you give him cash, it lightens the mood. And I hate the word refused. The mother got mad at this man for saying, hey, it's a 10-hour flight and I paid extra. No, the mother's in the wrong here.
But if, now let me follow up
No,
quickly.
final answer.
If right then and there they said to you, here, what's your Venmo? We'll Venmo you the difference. Would you have switched, or you'd rather still be in the front of the plane?
So same scenario, they're giving me cash?
Yeah, Venmo cash. Yeah, would you
Yeah, I just said that, yeah.
No, you gave me a scenario, but you didn't actually say if you would do it.
Yes,
if
I was by myself and there was a family and they go, here's $500, I would switch.
You would switch.
Yeah.
You go to the back of the plane.
Yeah,
Erica,
sure.
Would you?
This is a shocker. I agree with Jeff. I agree with Jeff. Like, let's write down the date. Here's the thing. This just happened to me.
We always agree.
Well, yeah, I would say.
We can't agree on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't agree on that. This just happened to me a couple months ago. So I had to buy a last-minute ticket because I didn't know that I was going to be able to join my family on this vacation. I had to pay premium, like way more than what my family had to pay in order to take this trip. I get on the flight, there's a couple, the guy is sitting in my seat. And he goes, oh, I want to sit next to my wife, so why don't you just take my seat?
Ew.
Now, his seat was also a seat that didn't have another seat in front of it, and I don't particularly like to fly with another seat in front of me. It's just one of my quirks, right? So I purposely didn't get that seat when I knew that this seat was available, which also meant that he got upgraded in order to get that seat, and I had paid double what he paid. And at that point, I'm standing there like, well, you're not really giving me any option here because you're already like having lunch on the plane next to your wife in my seat.
Ew.
And he just like, I was so hot the whole time, but I just took the seat because I'm like, well, I don't want to.
You took his seat.
I did take the seat because I didn't want to sit next to his wife who was going to have an attitude with me the whole time.
But still.
But it's wrong. Like, if you pay for a seat, then that's your seat. I would at any time give up my seat for a family if it wasn't the difference between the idea that I've just paid a premium, or someone from the airline should have gotten involved and been like, hey, they prioritize families. We're going to give you this stipend in order for you to sit in this seat.
What if it was a shorter flight? Would you consider it?
Yeah, to me, it's the 10 hours in Greece. No way! Again, mark the date. I'm with Erica and Jeff on this one.
I'm with all three.
I'm with all of us because at some point it's a transaction. I pay for this, you get that. You give me money, now we have a business transaction, totally different story.
If all things being equal, you guys were like literally in the same section that you paid for without the quirk that Erica Cobb is talking about, it would be a no-brainer.
But would you give up an aisle seat or a window seat for a middle seat?
No, I would not.
No.
Well, here's the other thing we're not talking about is the fact that it's an international flight. So if he's sitting in the first row, that means he's first to customs.
Exactly.
As opposed to 20 rows back. What if he had a connection?
Right. Yeah.
500 will do the trick.
I don't know.
Give me 500. You could.
What if it was $1,500 to sit to the front of the plane?
I don't know, 500 cash. 500 cash in people's face will do a lot. That's all I'm saying.
Wave it in their
Yeah,
face.
that's right.
Okay, speaking of cash, speaking of air travel as well, check out what happened to passengers on a recent flight to Vegas. So a man handed out $100 bills to
See what I'm saying?
aboard. Listen to everyone cheering. Do you hear them cheering? So what would you do with the extra cash? So you land in Vegas, do you gamble it? Do you say, nope, I'm going to go ahead and pay my AT&T phone bill? What you going to do?
No, I put that 100 on black at the roulette table.
Yes,
Yeah.
Erica. What about you?
See, I would be like, hey, who wants to do this? And I get on the microphone and be like, we're going to get 4 winners because I don't want 100. I want to double down. So if there's 200 people, each winner gets $5,000, and you just pick random seat numbers. That's how I want to throw down.
You would?
I don't want the 100. I want 5,000.
So you would take what?
Yeah. Did you see my philosophy there?
Yeah, I love it.
What if nobody wanted to give up their $100 for Jeff's high stakes gambling?
That's the caveat.
I would. What would you do with the money?
I would honestly feel it was divine intervention. I was on that plane, and it's divine intervention to gamble it, but I am a slot girl.
Me too.
So I would get it in pennies and spend an afternoon or an evening.
Yes.
You don't actually need to put pennies in the slot, child.
Okay.
You could just put the whole $100 bill in.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Right.
You were going to cash in for a bag of pennies?
Oh, God, that's...
Wow.
I'm new to Vegas.
So which slot machine do you play? Because I'm
Wheel of Fortune only.
1,000% committed to Wheel of Fortune. In fact, I recently went to Black Hawk. It's kind of like our Vegas here in Colorado.
Sure is.
There's one Wheel of Fortune machine that's quarters. They have some penny ones. I don't do the penny ones. Sorry, no offense, Tori.
No worries.
But I waited for that quarter machine, no joke, for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I perused, I staked. As soon as that lady got up, I slid right in.
You're a lurker.
Yeah.
Of course I'm a lurker. There's one machine.
Also,
I get
priming
pissed.
that machine.
Like when I'm out of money and the lurker comes in. Oh, I can't?
I don't think so.
Oh, I get
Ticked.
Well, I already said it. I get angry. Well, listen, if you know me, there is no happy on the show. I'm always mad about something. But when someone comes in and I'm out of money, I'll look. And if they win, I hate you.
It's your machine.
Yeah.
Machine.
And I don't know why I waste my time looking, but I'll stick around for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'll stick around to see as well. Coming up on DBL, a major tantrum. Is it Jeff at the U.S. Open? Is this kind of behavior ever acceptable from an athlete? And a new law in California is aiming to raise the minimum wage for fast food workers. We'll tell you how much they could be making soon.
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made of this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
We're talking about why we like the Wheel of Fortune slot machine. Fortune!
If I put $100 in and I don't get a spin, it's like I want to leave Vegas. But if I get like 2 or 3 spins, I'm like,
Even
no, it's
if I
so
make
worth it.
$20, even if I make only $20.
It's so good.
I love dopamine of the sound of the bright lights. I'm like, there's a ring, a circle.
Oh, and then you got to hit it.
All of the money you could possibly win just by spinning the wheel.
Psychological.
It is.
You get to touch the button.
There's not enough at Black
Are
Hawk.
you saying
There's one.
They need more.
One Wheel of Fortune machine.
Where did you go to?
Monarch.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's other ones where there's like more,
I need
but
to
a lot
find
of
out.
them are penny ones.
So are the ones they have 1 quarter. I like the bigger stakes. If they had the dollar one, I'd play the dollar.
I did.
Oh, go ahead.
When my husband and I were in Vegas like last year, and I had won like $100 on craps. We play craps a lot. So I'm like, I'm gonna take this $200 and I'm gonna put it in this high roller. I never do high roller slots. I hit it the 4th time,
Where?
and I
Which
won
one?
$1,000 at Caesars.
Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, it was what was it?
Did it ding, 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 and then you got to do the spin?
Good.
It was no. It must have been 2. I did 2 spins or 2 things, and I won $1,000.
must have felt so good.
Yeah, and it was something
It's
where
a
it's
high.
like, put your
Do you know
money
there
in.
used to be?
Promise me you'll try Willy
There used
Wonka
to be
next time you're in Vegas.
an-
Okay, I used to be a Wheel of Fortune only. Willy Wonka, there's way more spins. Oh, there's way more. There's like 10.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-hosts, September 12th and 13th on DBL. Still talking about Vegas over here. Welcome back. Here's a very sobering thought for you. A new study says that for a third of Americans working a full-time job year-round, it is not enough to cover necessities like rent, groceries, and other basic expenses. So now, California has signed a new law aimed at making life easier for fast food workers. The bill would cap minimum wage for these workers at $22 an hour, which works out to be around $43,000 a year. So would you be willing to pay more for your Happy Meal, per se, if you knew the worker was getting paid a living wage? You're shaking your head,
Absolutely,
Jeff.
absolutely. They don't make enough, right? And it's supposed to be a lesson for like younger kids, but people make this is their careers, right? And we have to look at it like that. I don't know how minimum wage goes up for everything else. Like if you look at a curve of inflation, it goes like that. Why isn't everything like that? All jobs across the board, not just food workers, are like this since the 80s. But inflation is whatever letter that is.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And may I add, we could raise it 20%, so a $5 burger is a $7 burger. Perhaps the millionaire CEO at the top could take maybe one bonus off and perhaps give it to the people that scrub the floors. That might be a thing. I also just want to say, low-income families working full-time, to make up the difference from where the cost of benefits are, they would need an additional, and this shocked me, $23,500.
Wow.
So the difference isn't a little bit of money. It's an enormous amount for things like health care and just basic needs. So I just wanted to make that
So they're
clear.
getting further and further in debt every year.
Super further, yeah.
Erica, would you pay more?
I would absolutely pay more, but the truth is, we think that people who work certain jobs as a society don't deserve to make enough money to live.
Yes.
And on top of it, people have the audacity to go in and abuse them on top of that, which is the reason why when you go into like a lot of fast food restaurants now, or you're in a drive-through, or any job that isn't paying like at least the poverty line, you're waiting forever because all of a sudden there have been other opportunities for people to make money. So they don't want to work at these places because people are out there abusing them.
The dignity's not there.
Something has to give. And if that means that they are making more, which they need to make more anyway, then we are going to be responsible for that in some way or another.
Well said. Well, speaking of expensive things, how much do you think it costs for a family of 4 to visit Universal Studios theme park in Florida? Check out this viral video. A mom from Britain posted a TikTok showing all the costs her family racked up for their visit, including parking, drinks, lunch, ice cream, and a coffee. It looks like they all had a great time, of course, but guess how much it cost them? The total for the day, $1,100. The tickets and the fast passes were by far the most expensive items. Before we discuss, Tori, compare it to, I know you have some details on comparing it to other popular theme parks.
Totally. And again, this isn't with hotels or anything. This is just a day at the park with rides, okay? Universal Studios for a family of 4, about $1,113.
We just did that.
Cool. Disney World, I was like, did we just do that? Disney World, about $817.
Whoa, Disney World's cheaper?
Cheaper. Huh. Six Flags in Los Angeles, about $918.
No, not if you go pick up the Coke can at the Albertsons next door. You get $15 off. Okay. Back when I used to ride.
Well, so problem solved.
$950
ticket. $15 off per ticket. That adds up. Go ahead.
Well,
I don't know how I was going to follow that.
I was just going to say, and just so you guys know, this is not just like this is also art museums and science museums and things that kids are supposed to be able to see. In New York, it's a whole class system, can't get in. In DC, every Smithsonian museum is free. And I'm so proud of that because in New York, you want to show a kid art, they can't. It's for a family of 4. That's a whole day.
It's not only that. Those are the big ones that people save up for, and I don't know how you afford that on an average income, right? If we just went to like a little theme park, not a theme park, a little carnival, a pop-up carnival. We weren't halfway through the carnival, and I was down $100.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you want to throw a thing and pick up a duck? $20. I'm like, he's picking up a duck for a flute. And they're like, well, you got to pay separate for the kids. So it's $40 for a plastic flute.
Ridiculous.
And the kids are like, yeah. I'm like, I wanted to strangle this guy. He robbed me.
Yeah. It's true. Every time we play those, like carnival games.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. They'll be like, here's $20, here's a bucket of balls, and then you win a prize that's easily 10 cents. Like
Easily.
the prize is 10 cents.
Yeah, and you can't ever win. You're not getting that ball in wherever.
They make them too small sometimes, I feel.
Yeah.
I do feel that way. Sorry.
All right. Coming up on DBL, a grown adult
there's a
is caught
trick
on camera
going on.
stealing a baseball from a little girl. What? Would you do anything if you saw this happen in front of you?
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verified viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Welcome back. We don't usually talk about sports on our show, but there are a couple of viral videos that we have to discuss. Check out this video. Last night, an Australian tennis player took out his frustration after losing his U.S. Open quarterfinal match by destroying not one, but two of his tennis rackets. Take a look at the damage after his meltdown. Wow. What do you think about his outburst, Jeff? And should there be a punishment for that?
Yeah, there should, because little kids are looking up to this guy, and this guy's an up-and-coming tennis player. Like, his name's on the map, and this is kind of his MO. He kind of gets angry and gets mad about people on airplanes and things like that. Oh, no, that's me.
Oh, wait.
No, but this is what he does, right? So I don't know how much of that is him or how much of that he gets attention for his bad behavior.
So I'm with Jeff.
Right.
This is Kyrgios. Nick Kyrgios. I hope I'm saying that right.
I think
Emily.
so, yeah.
And his whole thing is I'm the new McEnroe, and he's yelling at the other players and kind of getting strategy. But he also yelled at the ump during not this night, the other night, and said, "There's this marijuana smell, and I need it to stop, and I'm breathing it in, and it slows the game down, and it changes the rhythm." But also, we're talking about him. So for endorsements, if you're not great, you got this attitude, maybe someone picks you up.
All right. Well, next up, another U.S. Open video, only this time it has nothing to do with tennis. A YouTube star thought it would be funny to get a haircut while watching the match. He was quickly removed by security. Well, back in July, he was banned from Wimbledon for life, by the way, after blowing an air horn during a match. Erica?
Bro. Why?
This is so stupid.
What? We just were allowed there. Now you're going to do something like that? Honestly. I mean, seriously.
That was
Come on. I'm being for real. I'm being for real. And on top of it, it's just super unsanitary. Like, what?
And the air horn, how rude when those people have like poured their blood, sweat, and tears. They're performing. That would startle anybody. An air horn.
And also, for your podcast with Al, Dying for Likes, this is all just for likes? Like, what are you doing this for? To be a jerk?
Thank you for that.
That was a shameless plug right there.
Here's the $20.
Wow. Follow me on Instagram. Well, I'm in tennis. What are you going to do?
Our last last video is from Major League Baseball. A grown man is caught on camera stealing a ball from a young girl. Yeah, you see the player throwing the ball directly to the kids before the grown man jumps in front of it. The girl's dad posted the video to Twitter, and the team says they're going to send her something special anyway.
I say that girl was in the middle of having a core memory. You know, when you're young and your brain's growing, and you're at a baseball field and you're right there, and the grass is green and the sky is blue, and you can remember this vividly.
It was a night game.
And no, it wasn't. And the ball was Twilight, and the crickets are chirping, and she goes to reach, and some guy comes and steals it. And it's like what America could
What
be.
would you
baseball.
do if you saw that happen?
I'd be like, hey, jerk.
You got to call him out.
You got to call him out because you got a whole stadium that's behind you there. Hey, jerk.
Okay.
What would you say?
Because grown butt people do this all the time. First of all, it wasn't even a ball that was in the play of game. So there's nothing special about this ball for a grown person. Okay? This is a practice ball. He's specifically throwing it to the children, and this knucklehead's gonna come and swipe the ball for what? You gonna make up some story about how you got the ball, you caught it in the game-winning home run? Like
he steals from children. Why not lie?
He's a loser.
Yeah, he'll lie. He'll lie. What would you do if you were sitting right behind
I would call him out. If that was my
Boston?
kid. Do you know how much that means to that kid to catch that ball? Erica's right. They were just warming up at that ball, and that guy snagged it. I don't mind that he caught it. Maybe it was a better thing that he caught it. Give it to the kid.
Exactly.
Give it to the little kid. What kind of person are you that you steal a ball from a little kid? What does that say for your life? You're definitely not returning your shopping cart. You don't put your signal on. You know what I mean? You're definitely not doing those things. This is just a sign of who this jerk is.
This is the person hoarding the toilet paper during the pandemic. That's the same person.
Exact same guy.
It is. Yes, it is. Coming up on DBL, Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between herself and her family. How do you handle differences with the people in your life?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our sources: North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color.
According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance.
Here's what does factor into the price: car, make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verified, I'm Megan Bragg.
No time to run, no games. Your time's come today. Just stopping by. We're taking over. We made all this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win.
DBL is all new every day.
Say what we made for.
6 years.
Oh my gosh, that song is stuck in my head.
I know.
It's
great. Yes, Toria. Okay, so a lot of comments about the baseball thief. Donnie says that man should not only be kicked out, he should be banned from that stadium for life for doing something like that. Julia says, I hope that guy that took the ball away from that little girl finds out what bad karma is. Do you think he's watching it on the news right now or going viral and he's like ashamed?
I'm telling you, those type of people, they don't care.
They have no
They don't
shame.
care. They don't. All they care about is themselves, and they don't care what anyone else thinks.
I also think this happens a lot. Like,
Yeah, it happens
this happens
a lot
at stadiums. Like,
that's why people boo.
Yeah, the jerks.
It's always men. It is. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailybuslive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead.
Yeah, Sam was unnecessary. I'm just saying that. Yeah, Sam.
Does the beeping on your microwave drive you crazy? How you can silence it for good, plus a few other hacks you can keep up your sleeve. And Tom Cruise does a wild airplane stunt on set of his Mission Impossible movie. Does this guy have any fear at all?
Women can do that.
Let me take you back in time when student loan repayments first went on pause for federal borrowers because of the pandemic and all the economic shutdown that came with it. March 13th, 2020. The Department of Education says nearly 500,000 borrowers continued paying their loans through the pause, though. Social media posts like these have been shared thousands of times, claiming those folks can now ask for a refund. So let's verify. Can you get a refund if you paid student loans during the payment pause? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Education and the Office of Federal Student Aid. The answer is yes, but there's more to it. The Department of Education explains on its website that ever since the payment pause went into effect in March of 2020, people have been able to request refunds for money they continued to pay. A refund, though, is not the same as loan forgiveness. However much money you get back is re-added to the total amount of money you owe. For example, if you had a total of $10,000 in federal student loan debt and paid $5,000 toward that for the past few years, despite the pause, you can request a refund for that $5,000. That brings the amount you owe, though, back to $10,000. However, if you qualify for the Student Loan Forgiveness Program, you can keep the $5,000 refund and then get that $10,000 forgiven. To request a refund for any amount paid during the repayment pause, contact your loan servicer. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
DBL is kicking off our Season 6 premiere on September 12th with the one and only Jerry Springer.
Jerry! My wife is saying now they should start chanting your address so you know how to get home.
The talk show legend will be joining us live on the panel as our special guest co-host. Don't miss a day with Jerry.
Jerry.
September 12th and 13th on DBL.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Are you insane? This is a sham.
No.
Nope.
Y'all, just
It's
stop.
finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. I feel like the story is either going to hit a nerve or a lot of people will relate, and maybe it'll be cathartic somehow. I hope. So Jennifer Lawrence is speaking out about the political divide between her and her family. I know a lot of people watching can relate to this. Speaking to Vogue, Jennifer said the rift started during the 2016 presidential election and only got bigger after abortion rights were overturned this past summer. She said she's worked hard to forgive and try to understand her right-leaning dad and family who live in Kentucky, and said it's hard because the information they're getting is completely different. Okay, so I know that a lot of people watching can relate. How do they deal with political differences within family? How do you deal with that? Tori.
Why? Go.
This is your jam.
Well, I think it's really difficult, and I think people have lost touch, and I think they've lost family members. I certainly have. But what's interesting to me is she followed that up with, I'm trying at least with my family to see two different sides of views, and I am too. I have 2 ears and 1 mouth. I got to listen more unless it's not based in reality in which there's a difference. However, she also went on to say, I can't bleep with anyone who's not political or invested in any way. And I really understand that, because to me, politics is like human rights. So if you're not invested in that, like, I don't get it. And I don't know how to work with you and talk with you. But I think that she speaks for everybody, don't you think? Somewhere, someone's got to have an uncle that vastly disagrees with them. How do you have a moral conversation?
What if it's your father? What would you do, Erica?
Honestly, I don't even know, and I'm very grateful I don't, because that's got to be
so
really hard.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because we are the first generation where we're really breaking that mold of we don't talk about money, politics, or religion, and we're seeing the fallout of that. But I think that it's fallout that was inevitable, and I think that the fallout is good, because how do you really connect with anyone if you're not really speaking your values?
Right.
You know, I think a lot of people realize that they were in households with people who they were not aligned with on a fundamental level, and that's created issues like this. So I don't know. This is going to be like a case study in real time of how this all works out.
Jeff?
I don't know. Why are we forced to show your colors or show what side you're on? Because if you have two sides, because I like things on the right, I like things on the left, but people don't want to hear that. They want to hear you're with me or you're not. That's all they want to hear. People don't want to talk. I want to talk about sports. But you don't want to talk about that. But when you bring up politics, I have to give you an answer. I don't know why we're like that in society. And what if she had chosen the side of her father? I don't know if she'd be working in Hollywood right now. I don't know if she'd have her movie right now. So if you're in Hollywood, and this is Hollywood specific, it might be other places too, you can't share if you're on the right side of things. If she shares she's on the right side of things, she is no longer getting those movie roles, because the directors of that, the people at the top, are so on the left that they're like, I don't want to deal with you. And it's gotten so divided that we can't even have a conversation. It's just, you're out because you're not with me. And that's where we're at. And that's why I don't like talking about politics at all, because I'm going to upset you in some way, even if I'm trying to make a point that has to deal with my children growing up.
I like that she brought up what her parents watch, because in my family, we are definitely on all different sides of the political spectrum. I'm very progressive. Some of my family members are not, and that has caused differences in opinion. But when we sit down and unpack it, because at the end of the day, for me, it would be really hard to get along with someone who, or respect their values if it leads to their oppression. What's that famous quote that you always say? Both of you say it.
You can disagree with me as long as it doesn't, it's not rooted in your own oppression.
Exactly.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. But when I sit down and have conversations with people and they understand it, and on the flip side, when they have conversations with me and I understand it, we end up agreeing. So I really do think, depending on what you watch, whether it's Fox News or CNN or whatever it may be, it really is shaping and aiding to this divisiveness in our country. Now, I'm not going to say all people. Some people really are prejudiced. Some people really are racist, and they are that. But I would say the majority of people on both sides of the aisle, if they were to sit down and talk about it without politics influencing their opinion, I bet we would agree on a lot of things.
I think it also has a lot to do with the idea that some of these issues aren't seen as political because they're just talking about human rights
human.
issues,
That's what
right?
It's a women's
So
rights issue,
in this article, or the article before, it talked about having an abortion.
And a miscarriage.
Right.
And she had to have an abortion because of her miscarriage.
Right.
It was the treatment for it.
Exactly, because that is the treatment for miscarriages.
And now that's illegal in
most
certain
of them.
places.
Yeah, but that then if you are, and I think a lot of people are having this issue because you might have someone like your father who's saying, well, I'm glad that Roe versus Wade was overturned at the family dinner table with their daughter sitting right there who had an abortion. You know, so
But
it's
I
like,
wonder if she then had a conversation with him, because again, he might just be spewing and regurgitating talking points, but then if she looked at him and said, listen, I had to have an abortion because of X, Y, and Z, I would hope that father would be like, whoa, I never even thought of it that way.
I mean,
I would hope.
You would hope, but she also has a power dynamic that most young girls or women are not going to have in that situation. Because big bank always takes little bank.
But if you had this situation, final thought, I know we got to move, and you reversed it, right? Her dad was blue and she was red, and she said she didn't get an abortion or whatever, just the complete opposite. Nobody would print that article. And if they did, she would be out of a job.
Yeah, you're right.
There's
a big double standard. You're right.
Because, and I like the Bears, and the Packers are their rival. I don't say never talk to me again because you're a Packers fan and get out of my life. But you know what I mean? It's like why can't we just use sports as an example?
Because the stakes are so much higher for me politically, because it's about bodies and people's rights.
Football's life. Go back. Yeah, see, there you go. Thanks for the tension breaker, too. All right.
That was Chris, our executive producer. Okay, so Courtney Cox is coming for Kanye West. Over the weekend, one of Kanye's old tweets resurfaced where he said he didn't think the TV show Friends was funny. Kanye clarified that he didn't write the tweet, but wished he had. Courtney took issue with that and posted a response on Instagram. Watch.
How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless?
In the caption, she wrote, I bet the old Kanye thought Friends was funny.
I think it's a clever response because a lot of people think Kanye's music in the beginning was the best, right? And it was way better than it is now. So I think her response is clever. And I always say, if you're clever in your response, no matter what you're saying, I'm okay with it.
He's right. If you do something stupid and you do a good sketch on SNL, you can turn that thing right around if you have a good response. And Courtney Cox is a good follow on Instagram. Very funny, good videos. That was a good little response.
Yeah.
What if Kanye didn't think Friends was funny? Maybe he didn't relate to it.
Yeah, but that's why she made light of it, right? She made like a funny joke out of a silly situation.
Erica has a look in her face. What's going on?
No, I don't think it's about whether Friends was funny or not. I think it was about the exchange between the two. And a lot of times people get real in their feelings about anything that's said derogatory about them or anything they've ever done. And I think she answered it correctly. You know, like she made light of it.
Yeah.
I don't see what the big deal is. Sorry, y'all.
Laughing about those residual checks coming in, yeah.
Exactly. So Tom Cruise, you guys, is at it again. A video of him standing on an airplane, is this real, is going viral. The stunt was for his new movie, Mission Impossible 7. Take a look.
As you can see, we are filming the latest installment of Mission Impossible. And right now we're over gorgeous Spider Canyon in stunning South Africa. And action! We'll see you at the movies.
Oh my gosh. It's not the first time Tom was attached to a plane that took off. He did it for Mission Impossible Rogue Nation back in 2014. This is bananas.
That's a movie star. And he is putting people back into those seats at the theater. He did it this summer. He crushed it. And that trailer is the best I've seen in a long time. It's not even a trailer. It's just a promotion.
Every time we played it, I can't believe today is so weird. I agree with Jeff. Everyone gasped. Like when you first saw it, Sam, you went, oh, as it tips backwards. That's what the movies used to do to people. In the dark with other people. It was a bonding moment. And he knows the value of that. And he single-handedly, although I hate Tom Cruise as a person, I really do. I hate Tom Cruise as a person. I love Tom Cruise.
What'd the man do to you?
He's on the left.
He's on
the right. Sorry. I ruined that
He's
joke.
on a whole other planet, for real.
Yeah, he hasn't seen his kids in years.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's a whole
talks
other
about
story.
it.
Yeah.
I don't know why Tom Cruise
like
gets
that
a
man.
pass. I love Tom Cruise as an actor. But he is not seen, even though he's supposed to see his kids 10 days a month. I went down the rabbit hole because after I saw Top Gun, I was like, Tom Cruise, I love you. Then I was like, I wonder if there's anything besides Scientology that
we don't talk about. And it showed that per his court agreement, 10 days a month, he's supposed to be with his kids. He hasn't seen them for 7 years.
Yeah, he doesn't speak of them. So I
can't imagine as a parent, Jeff.
But maybe, listen, maybe that's what he has to do to be Tom Cruise. He's got to give 100% of his time to his craft.
Yeah.
And we all come from different places and have different responsibilities and different ideologies about things. And that's what makes us different, right? I don't agree with him not seeing his kids. Erica's super pissed at me. I said that word again, and I probably can't say that.
But what a movie star. Not on social media, always delivers. Erica, what are you thinking?
I was just wondering if he had done something to Tori because she said she hated the man.
Yeah,
I was like, hate is a very strong word.
Not only the children, there's certain behaviors that I've read in Vanity Fair and other credible sources.
Seems like a good point.
Oh, time to go. Show not a great thing, but great movie star. Great movie star.
You could differentiate the two.
I can differentiate the two.
Coming up on DBL, would you ever think to wash your toilet seat in the dishwasher? Well, I guess it's a thing. We're sharing some TikTok hacks that you probably didn't know already.
You guys don't wash your toilet seat?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
And then
Talking about TikTok hacks.
Quick discussion between each one.
Okay.
If you
Oh,
already
between
know,
each one.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Just
if you
quick,
already
though.
know it, just pretend like you haven't seen
Okay.
it.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
It's the same every time we have a list of stuff. Quick reactions in between.
I have a Roosevelt anecdote about that.
I can't wait.
The toilet?
Just put this
But don't you going back to Tom Cruise,
Yes.
and not him, I don't agree with, obviously, him not seeing his kids, but to be the best, to be the greatest there ever was at something, don't you think you have to sacrifice other things
I
in
don't
your
think
life?
it's because he's working. I think it's because of Scientology.
And so he maybe believe what he believes, and
I know, but
just because
I-
we think it's crazy, maybe
At the end of the day, those kids don't have a dad. So
Yeah.
that hurts me as a normal human being. I try and put myself in his shoes and think, gosh, I can't imagine not seeing my child for 7 years because
So we're
of my
talking
religion.
about the two grown-up kids, by the way, with Nicole Kidman. They're
Surrey-
full-on adults.
Surrey,
and
he hasn't seen Surrey in 4 years.
So just that one.
Yeah, and the other kid's in 7 years. According to Vanity Fair. I went down the whole rabbit hole. I just saw Top Gun 2.
He was out with his son earlier, like a year ago, whatever. His son
Oh.
Connor, he has a good relationship with.
He does?
Yeah, and the other
Oh.
one's married.
Huh. I don't know. I read a whole maybe my article was outdated.
Wasn't the story that the older kids didn't have a relationship with Nicole?
Nicole doesn't have a relationship with him.
And
Well,
then
let me
Tom
see.
doesn't have a relationship with Surrey.
So when I watched Top Gun 2,
It's not good either way.
It's yeah, but I want to get my facts straight. When I watched Top Gun 2, I went down the rabbit hole about Tom Cruise and just some things that I had heard that Tori alluded to.
Yeah.
And the one article that popped up was from Vanity Fair. It could have been from like 2019, but it talked about him going against the court orders of seeing his kids, and that bothered me as a parent.
Of course,
But if my facts are wrong, please, I
there's more
would
about
like
there's
to
other
know.
stuff too in that video.
DBL is kicking off our season 6 premiere with the one and only Jerry Springer. Live on the panel as our special guest co-host, September 12th and 13th on DBL. Welcome back. We all love a good TikTok hack, but right now there's one that has people divided and disgusted. This cleaning hack suggests that you should clean your toilet seat in your dishwasher. Yeah, what do we all think about this?
First of all, there's other dishes in there, okay? That's I mean, it's not it's a problem on its own, but there's a bowl in there.
You're absolutely right.
This is why my dad, Roosevelt, will always be like, don't be eating at other people's houses. For reasons like that.
Yeah, it's true. It makes me makes my mouth water because I feel like I'm going to throw up.
Because it's so savory?
No, when I'm about to throw up, it's like it makes saliva comes up.
Yeah.
Ugh,
To protect the
gross.
enamel on the teeth, she's absolutely right scientifically.
Oh, my land.
Sorry.
What do you mean to protect it? What about?
Saliva comes out extra because you're going to have acid come out.
Yeah, but it also comes out when you have a delicious meal that you really want to eat.
Salivating, different glands.
Yeah.
But we digress.
We digress. Okay, let's take a look at some other hacks that are a little less controversial. Did you know that many microwaves use numbers to control the sound? So on most microwaves, you can use 0, 1, or 2 in order to stop it from beeping. So all you have to do is open your microwave dormitory, hold one of these numbers for 5 seconds. Now try to press a button. You're not going to hear sound anymore.
Don't you want to hear a sound?
For like 5 seconds?
I don't need the sound.
How do you know it's ready?
I'm in the kitchen cooking. I know when it's ready.
I leave things in the microwave all the time.
What?
Because the thing will go off and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get that. And then at the end of dinner, I'm like, oh, I forgot the beans.
You don't stovetop your beans?
Well, like the refried beans, I just put them in from the can.
It zaps all their fiber and nutrition.
How much fiber and nutrition if they're already refried? Is there a lot of fiber?
I don't know. Ask the salivary glands expert over here.
Okay, so you struggle to pull drinks out of those plastic rings that they come in. Well, there's a plastic tab on the outside that you can pull to easily remove it.
I didn't know that. I just know they were supposed to take them because of the birds, right? And dolphins?
And turtles.
And turtles.
Turtles, birds. Yeah, you better, if you see those rings on the ground, you pick it up, you break it apart.
That's right.
Do not let that just sit on the ground, break it apart, then throw it away.
That's right.
Pack your trash. That's a slogan in Santa Cruz. Pack your trash.
Okay.
Catchy.
Okay. Scooping peanut butter out of the jar is a sticky mess. Try spinning the jar on its side for about 20 seconds and then the peanut butter will move to the top. I can't wait to use this. Never heard of this before.
So it's centrifugal force that's forcing it to the front.
That's brilliant.
That's also a natural peanut butter, which tends to be have a higher liquidity.
Yeah.
That's great then.
Right, but I'm saying, does it work for the one that doesn't have?
That's not working with Jiffy.
Yeah, like
Jiffy you don't need to do anything with. It just comes processed like that.
Okay.
The music with this is great.
Okay.
Boop. All right. Eric has a thing for Jiffy. Okay.
No, I was just pointing out natural peanut butters have a higher liquidity.
They do. It's a good thing. It's good fats. Okay, we all know getting a duvet cover, oh, I can't with this, can be a hassle. Okay, I can't. Here we go. So here's what you're gonna do. Lay the cover inside out on your bed with the zipper at the bottom. Then lay the duvet on top. Starting at the top, roll the cover and duvet to the bottom.
What?
Wrap the cover over both ends of the roll and then zip it shut. Now just unroll it back to the top. That sounds confusing.
Nah,
I'm so confused.
Nah. First of all, duveting is a two-person job, and it's for this reason, okay? Now just have one person, you both hold it, and then you drop it in, and then you pull it by the sides.
Yeah, you shake it.
I'm just telling you, I don't know what's going on over there.
What's up with the fitted sheet? I can never, I like a nice organized pantry. Or a linen closet rather. And a pantry, I like it organized too. But I can never fold my fitted sheet properly. My mom showed me a gazillion times. Hers is always perfect. I can't fold the fitted sheet. Can you? I bet you have a good fitted sheet hack.
We gotta go.
Oh, we'll be right back.
You've heard the phrase cash is king, but more and more businesses are going cashless. Some owners say it's easier, safer, and more cost-effective not to deal with cash. However, several social media users claim banning cash is illegal. Verified viewer Tim says he encountered a cashless concession during a trip to a local stadium and emailed us to ask if that violates federal law. So Tim, let's verify. Does federal law require businesses to accept cash?
Our sources are the Federal Reserve System, the U.S. Department of Treasury, Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws, the Payment Choice Act, and several local payment laws.
Many of the social media posts highlight a statement appearing on all U.S. paper currency that this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. They argue that purchases are debts, therefore businesses are legally required to accept their cash, or legal tender, as payment. The Federal Reserve says that's not what the statement means.
Legal tender is defined by Title 31 of the U.S. Code of Laws.
In short, the law means that the cash is worth the amount it represents, but does not mean that a private business must accept the cash. The Treasury Department points out there's a long history of businesses restricting cash, such as some public buses that don't take pennies or dollar bills. So, no, there is no federal law that requires businesses to accept cash, although there is a push for that to change. The Payment Choice Act would require businesses with a storefront nationwide to take cash for transactions that are less than $2,000. Lawmakers point out there are millions of Americans who don't have a credit or debit card. The bill was folded into a defense bill and passed the House earlier this year, but it's still awaiting action in the Senate. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
My goodness, welcome back. Did you know most older Americans have fewer friends now than when they were young? That's according to a recent survey of 2,000 adults. So over 55 who reported having just 4 friends, okay? Most of them admitted that their social circles had shrunk as they got older, but it's not all bad. Nearly all of those surveyed said it was never too late to make new lifelong friends.
4 friends is a lot of friends.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't know why you need more than 4.
You know that shirt says I like tacos and like 3 people? That's me. No, but I mean, I don't think you need, and you taught us this, you really helped me. A smaller circle is a better circle. It's a trust. I used to overshare.
I taught you that?
Yeah, I used to overshare. I'm telling people my social security and my scariest dreams.
Yeah, you did.
And they're like,
You did
I
tell
don't
a
know who
lot.
you are. I'm in the bathroom. Get away from me. You know, so I really I really want to work and evolve and grow carefully those friendships, because having too many is not right.
I still hold on to my friends from growing up. Like, I still have like 3 core friends that know me since preschool, and those are my bestest friends.
But how often do you speak with them?
I speak with them all the time, but I don't get to see them physically. Like Martine, you guys have met. She recently came and visited me, but other than that, it's all over phone.
But it's nice that you still text them.
But you're kind of similar. A lot of your friends are old school, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have like some high school buddies, some college buddies, some LA buddies, you know, like they're all different groups, but all my small circle, it's all small circles, I could trust.
Yeah.
Right? And I could be who I want to be, and I could have conversations where no one's getting mad, even if we're on different sides. You can't have that conversation with a neighbor or a stranger,
Or
perhaps.
a new friend
Or a new friend, because they're like, could you believe this guy likes popcorn? Like, whatever it is now, you know what I mean? Who knows? People are always mad at me for something.
I think male friendship dynamics and female friendship dynamics are definitely different. But also, there's this friendship coach. Her name's Danielle Bayard Jackson. I had her on my podcast. But she talked about how it's very normal for friendships to last on average about 7 years, especially if you are people who move to different cities and you are different versions of yourself. And so it's quite natural to like cycle in and out of friendship.
Yeah, it's like a beginning, middle, of an end to an arc of a story, and then you close that chapter and you move on to the other. I, as an adult, though, find it's hard to find, and I wonder if you guys agree, and you, outside of work.
I'm not part of you guys.
No, I meant female and male, because I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Outside of work, it is kind of difficult as an adult.
To find a new friend?
Kinda,
I think it's
yeah.
the trust,
Yeah,
right? They probably don't trust you. You feel the same way about them, and it's like,
what is it?
Am I really going to have an honest conversation with this person that I really just met that might devour that friendship? Is that the right word?
Well,
Devour?
no.
Eat it up?
Devour? What's like a word like to
Divide?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's almost,
And the
we're almost
friendship.
done.
I think also there's a transactional nature to a lot of adult friendships, because a lot of people do find friends at work and in like professional settings. So anytime anything's rooted in transaction, then once one of those value systems is diminished, then there goes the friendship.
That's fair. That's fair. It's difficult, I think. It's difficult to maintain. Like, my mom's 75, and I remember her saying it's still tough trying to find. She's very lovely.
Speaking of finding, where do you get that taco and 3 friends shirt?
From Etsy.
All right, cool.
Well, here. I did.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
A security warning for Instagram users has gone viral, claiming that an update to the app allows people to find your exact location. The post urges users to turn off their phone's precise location feature, so the app doesn't share a user's specific location through their geolocated posts or stories. So let's verify. Does an Instagram update change how precise your location appears to other people? Our sources are Instagram, Apple, and Google. Precise location is a phone setting that lets you control location access for all apps. It's been around in Apple and Android phones for more than a year now. Here's what the setting does and doesn't do. When you post a picture or a video to Instagram, you can search for and add any location as a geotag. It can be as specific as an exact address or business name, or as vague as a state or a country. The precise location setting does not control the location information that's shared out on a post. Let me show you what it actually does on my iPhone. I have location services and precise location turned on in my phone settings for Instagram. Now, when I post a picture, I get a bunch of specific locations to choose from to geotag my photo, like the restaurant here on my block. Now, if I turn off precise location, my geolocation options are much less specific. Instead of the restaurant downstairs, the app suggests the neighborhood or the city that I'm in. And if I turn off location services altogether, the app doesn't suggest any locations for me to tag because it doesn't actually know where I am. In all of these examples, it's up to me to choose how much information about my location I want to share on my post. Prior to these updates, location sharing was all or nothing. That means that an app like Instagram got the same location information as an app like Google Maps. After the update, you can now turn off the precise location setting, giving you the option to share generalized but not precise location information with apps like Instagram. Instagram addressed these viral claims, saying, "To be clear, we don't share your location with others. Similar to other social media companies, we use precise location for things like location tags and map features." So we can verify, no, there is no new Instagram update that changes how precise your location appears to other people. With your Verify, I'm Ariane Till.
We've seen the famous red cars on the big screen. They are known to be fast, and for decades there have been a lot of myths surrounding the color of the car. One of those myths we received from a viewer: does it cost more in insurance if you have a red car? Let's verify. Our sources: North Carolina Department of Insurance and the Insurance Information Institute. An email from the Deputy Director of Communications and Safety for the North Carolina Department of Insurance said it does not cost more to insure a red car than any other color. According to the Insurance Information Institute, it doesn't matter what color your car is, and it does not factor into the cost of insurance. Here's what does factor into the price: car make, model, body type, engine size, and age of vehicle, as well as the car's sticker price and cost of repair. The price isn't just all dependent on what type of car it is, it also depends on who's behind the wheel. Overall safety record, if you're a male or female, and your age can determine if your insurance price is higher. So we can verify, no, red cars do not cost more to insure than other color cars. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Welcome back. We got some cool new comments from some new viewers. Risha, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, says, "I just stumbled upon this gem of a new show, and Erica Cobb had me from the bro comment about Wimbledon. I appreciate the honesty and her relatable insight. Definitely a new viewer." Thank you, Erica.
That was the comment of the day.
Anne from Western New York says, "I have to say that you have found a great group of hosts. Given the topics, they speak intelligently." Well,
we speak good.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business.